Yes, you guys are seeing it. This is take two of the tier list that I did back on Wednesday. So, oh god damn it, that was not okay. Okay, before I do like pretty much everything that I did before, I think I had to make a sincere apology about Wednesday. So, long story short, for those who don't know, yes, I am. This is my second take of doing this tier list, but that's only because, well, let's just say that, not to get into specific details, but in the first take of doing this tier list, um, I obviously streamed the whole thing. I got through all three of the tier lists that we had planned, but well, let's just say that my roommate kept like yelling out a certain word that started to affect the quality of the stream, and it even got caught on the stream. And because of that, I had to scrap the whole original stream, and that's where we're at now. So, yeah, it's really, really annoying, especially since, that was the first stream I've done in over a month. So, I sincerely apologize for that. So, that's why we're live pretty early in the morning. So, hey guys, good morning. It's just, I know this is the only time that I know that they're not here. So, which is unfortunately something I'm going to have to figure out for our final tier list, but I digress. But anyways, enough of that. Hey guys, Sly here, and welcome back to another episode of the Sly tier list. And well, we've got ourselves a bit of a special one. So for those who weren't here on Wednesday and you're just joining in, this is our second to last episode in this series. And it's a bit of a special one because, as you guys know, I'm a huge Sly Cooper fan. It is literally my favorite video game series of all time. And we're going to be doing not only a tier list on the characters that were in all the games, as well as the comics, because we're going to bring in the comics as well, but also we're going to be doing the individual episodes and even the enemies / guards that appear. So this is something that I wanted to do for years, but I just wasn't able to until now. And that's mostly just because of scheduling and all that fun stuff. And originally I was going to have Saimori join us, but unfortunately, their schedule was already kind of messed up to begin with. So now we're just doing it here. But here's the thing is, obviously, like I said, Sly Cooper as a series means a lot to me. I love all of the games. I mean, the first games, like A Rhythm of Thieves Requiem, is literally one of the first games that, if not the first game that I remember playing as a kid. And pretty much ever since then, I was hooked. And, well, it's the series that got me into video games as a whole. Like, I hold the series near and dear to my heart because of that first game. And with the immediate sequels, especially with Sly 2, that basically transformed who I am to this day, because that is, without a shadow of my doubt, as you guys have probably seen with the previous tier list, is my favorite game of all time. So, while Sly 1 was the thing that got me into gaming, Sly 2 was the thing that really defined who I am as a person. And I forever thank it for that. It is an amazing game that I wish more people knew about because, well, unfortunately, apparently the only people that I knew or I know who actually grew up with the games is Saimori, and even then that's kind of a half, like, it's about half true, and like a personal friend of mine, but like everyone else did not grow up with this series, which is a damn shame, or at least that I know of, which is a damn shame, because this is such a good series. And like I said, I love, Sly 1 got me into the series. Sly 2 made me fall, like, it's my favorite game of all time. And then, obviously we talked about in our previous tier list, Sly 3, I still find to be an absolutely amazing game, which its 20th anniversary is coming up next Friday, which is just, it's so insane. So, yeah, that's, oh man, that. Mm, sorry, it's just the fact that it's already going to be 20 years old. I mean, Slice 1 and 2 are already over 20 years old, so the fact that the last game in the original trilogy is just it makes me feel old. And of course, well, that's one of the few games that ever made me cry. So obviously, it means a lot to me there. And even Thieves in Time, I know people love to shit on Sly 4, but again, I would argue that, like, yeah, there's some bad faith criticism of that game. It does have its problems, but, like, I think a lot of it does come from bad faith. And of course, we'll even be discussing some of those elements with this tier list. I still find it to be an enjoyable experience gameplay wise, and even fixing some of the issues I had with some of the characters, which of course we'll get to later. And yeah, it's just one of those. Sly Cooper is just one of those series where I would argue that there's no bad game in the entire franchise, which I know sounds insane to say, but that is the truth. Like, I don't think that any of the main core games are even all that bad. I'd argue that they're actually, yeah, there isn't a bad game in the entire series. There's definitely some that I prefer over others, but there's very few video game franchises where, like, even just putting my bias aside, I would objectively say that yes, this game is good, this game is good, this game is good, this is good as well. So, and it also helps that while yes, the first game was originally like a Spyro clone. Like, I love Sly 1, but in hindsight, after playing through Spyro, it really is just a Spyro clone. I like how the sequels eventually transcended away from that and became its own thing, and arguably became a fairly influential game in its own right. Like Sly 2, I would argue, is a lot more influential than people give credit, because it combined elements from, you know, that era of like mascot platformy sort of thing, at least aesthetic wise, and combined it with a lot of the stealth games that were pretty popular at the time, like Metal Gear, Splinter Cell, maybe a little bit of Thief in there as well for good measure. And well, I'd argue that Sly Cooper was a, you know, maybe not like a, you know, a cited, but definitely like an indirect influence of a bunch of other games. Like, I've always said that, you know, Assassin's Creed is pretty obviously inspired from Sly Cooper. So you get my point. Is it's a franchise I love, and you know, it means a lot to me, and it's because of honestly these three elements that I consider to be the core parts of it, as well as just the gameplay itself. So, and that's what we'll be talking about. Now, that being said, though, as far as characters, there really isn't like a rule for like any of these tier lists that I'm going to be doing today for you guys. The only thing I guess I will say is, as far as the characters, we're only going to be focusing on characters that are either seen in the games or we're seen in the comics, because believe it or not, there is also a manga that did exist for Sly Cooper, which, I mean, I've read a little bit of it, but you know, I'm not as familiar with it. You know, I'm a diehard Sly Cooper fan, but like even I'm not as familiar with that. And of course, we're not counting anything involving like, you know, the canceled film or TV show, because, well, those don't exist. Rest in peace. I wish, part of me wishes that they do exist or did exist, but I digress. And so that's kind of my only sort of loose stipulation. Otherwise, it's all fair game. Same thing with the episodes. I mean, it's pretty much including all the main levels, as most people would just probably call them anyways, including the prologue / epilogues. So those are going to be counted in these as well. And as far as the enemies and guards, keep in mind, I'm only going to be doing guards that are like in the physical, like, you know, main areas, that like the main levels of the episodes themselves. I'm not doing all of the hacking stuff. I am going pretty deep into even some of the more obscure enemies here, but we're not including all the hacking minigame ones, because that would take way too freaking long. So that's the only stipulation for the guards. So, and of course, before we actually jump into the lists proper, again, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been sticking around supporting me. And I do apologize that I have to redo this whole list because, like, I will try to make sure that it is a bit shorter than the original cut. I still have the original cut saved, it's just privated. So, if anyone wants to watch that version, I might have it as like a private link, but it's just I don't want the language in that one. So like we're fine with words like fuck, shit, damn, like hell, all that fun stuff. But once it starts becoming like certain language that I really don't want to get banned for, that's a problem. That said, though, before we get into this as well, I do want to remind people that I'm actually going to be gone Thursday and then next Friday and Saturday because I'm going to be flying into Utah and I'm going to be going to FanX Salt Lake City. So normally I would go to LA Comic Con because I went there for the past 2 years, but this year I'm actually going to be going to this because they're at the exact same time, which is a bit annoying. But I'm pretty excited to see some of the people there. There's some people that voiced some characters that mean a lot to me that I'm really excited to meet. So if you're just so happen to be at FanX Salt Lake City, feel free to stop by and say hi. I'm going to be in my emo little outfit. I know, like, I'm not in that also. That alarm, God damn it. Yeah, that's what happens when you live on a major road. But yeah, so yeah, like if you guys just so happen to see me, I'm probably gonna be wearing my emo, like actual emo attire. It's early. I like woke up like an hour before I started this stream, so just give me a little bit of patience as far as that. So I do still wear the eyeliner and the striped shirts and the my band shirts. Don't worry, I'm not like I didn't. It's not a phase. But anyways, let's begin. So I think it's pretty obvious for anyone. Sly, Bentley, and Murray, they're going in S tier. If they're not in an S tier, you're a criminal and you don't know Sly Cooper. So I'm gonna make this one pretty quick because we've talked about Sly Cooper plenty of times before, and we've even talked about Bentley and Murray. Obviously, Sly Cooper's my favorite character of all time. You know, it means a lot to me. I, genuinely am very thankful that Kevin Miller was able to voice such an amazing character. Which, fun fact, this past Tuesday, I actually did join up on his weekly stream, and we got to learn about how there's a random Apple game called Sneaky Sasquatch that's apparently it's their flagship game in the Apple Store, which is like, what? But yeah, no, like, so yeah, like him and I are now affiliated with each other, which is something that I'm very thankful for because again, he is actually an amazing person, and I'm very glad that he was able to voice Sly Cooper because he did the whole sort of suave badass thief that is pretty iconic for me and helped shape who I am as a person. I mean, the channel name wouldn't be called Sly the Emu Emperor if it weren't for him. So obviously Sly Cooper is absolutely amazing. But even then, I would argue that Bentley and Murray are together as important as far as like the games or just characters from the games. I mean, with Bentley, he's obviously, the brains of the operation. He's the one who's more of the one who's the planner and not necessarily like the most face forward as far as people who are in the field. Also, I do apologize, someone's cooking there. Hopefully they're not going to be like super loud. But yeah, like he's someone that is kind of important as far as getting the jobs done. And well, being voiced by Matt Olson, he's pretty fantastic as far as that job is concerned. And well, may or may not have inspired some characters from GTA 5, which that I didn't really know about until recently. And then even Murray, which I know some people do kind of, third wheel him a little bit. And I will admit how they handled him in Sly 4 was a little bit weird, at least in, the section where he's a bit focused on. But I'd still argue that like his transformation and character arc from Sly 1 to Sly 3 is honestly one that I find to be pretty wholesome, especially considering that yeah, no, he was originally kind of scared, and then he became the muscle of the group as well as the dedicated driver. And just his transformation of just his character, I just find to be pretty fascinating, especially in an Opera of Fear, which I'd say is where he was at his best. So, yeah, no, like you have to have these characters in S tier if you're doing a Sly Cooper tier list. If you don't know the games. So, because they are a core part of it. So, oh yeah, and Chris Murphy did a really good job with Murray. But yeah, those are like the core members of the Cooper gang. Oh, and by the way, you probably saw with the title, spoilers. I am not going to hold back on spoilers at all. So if you've not played Sly, like any of the games, or you only played a few of the games, well, forever last your peace. But yeah, no. Now let's move on to like the other members of the Cooper gang that were introduced in Sly 3. And well, that then gets us to the Guru, which even whenever. Oh, and by the way, do keep in mind I have streamed all four of these games, so I am like very like the evidence of me talking about and knowing who the fuck all these characters are is in those streams. So, sorry, I guess I just want to point that out. But I point that out specifically for the Guru because I remember even whenever I was playing through Sly 3 back in 2022 for single player September, I will admit, he might be seen as a bit of like an Aboriginal stereotype because, well, he doesn't actually talk, or well, he does talk, but the player doesn't understand him, the characters understand him, and unfortunately, that is a bit of a stereotype that is a bit outdated. Even for 2005, it's kind of a bit awkward that they did that. That said, though, he's not the worst. That said, though, as well, he is made up for the fact that he has some really cool abilities. The fact that you can like possess the guards and transform into things to hide from enemies. I find that to be pretty cool. I wish you were able to roam around as him, although you can't really like attack properly. You have to use the guards to attack like other enemies. But I mean, I don't know. I had to put him in like the lowest of the B tier because of just I don't know. He's just not as interesting to me. So I feel like even halfway through Sly 3, he's kind of like a bit of an afterthought. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. So not like he's like in middle of the road for me. And then we've got Penelope, which I've talked about Penelope plenty of times in other tier lists that we've done. All I'm gonna really say is, yes, I know, like people have issues with her in Sly 4 and the fact that she pretty much betrayed the Cooper gang. But here's the thing, and I mentioned this in the original cut, is I think that the message that they were trying to like showcase for Sly 4 is that, Bentley met her online, and like the online persona does not necessarily make out to her for someone to being who they are in real life. And I think that's what they were trying to go for with that. And I'll even admit this right now. Penelope wasn't ever really like a favorite character of mine to begin with. I mean, she was okay, but I don't know. It's just I feel like she was always just kind of fine. That said, though, if people did relate to her, fair enough. It's just she's not the type of character that like I personally like related to, and so because of that, I am gonna put her in like a C tier. I'm not putting her like in F because I know people would put like Sly 4 version in F. I'm not gonna go that far. So that said, though, if they ever do make a Sly 5, which I know that's mostly copium at this point, um, I would be intrigued to see what they do with Penelope again. But I digress. Alright, now we got the Interpol characters. So, Carmelita. Again, we've talked about Carmelita in a bunch of our other tier lists. It really does depend on which game that she's in as to which version of Carmelita I find interesting. Because, again, in Sly 1, she is just focused on capturing Sly. That is kind of her character. But in Sly 2, she has a bit of a development in her character and kind of tends to learn that she needs to work with the Cooper gang, especially after she got fucked over by the next bitch we're going to be talking about, which we'll get to her in a second. And I like that dynamic. But, and this is my biggest criticism of Sly 3, funny enough, it's just the fact that, like, they dropped that development and just reverted her back to her Sly 1 ways in Sly 3 until, like, the very, very end of the game. I don't know, man. It just feels off. And it's one of the reasons why, well, controversially in our crossover ships tier list that I did, that I stated that, well, yeah, like, I can understand why people still really, really like the Sly Carmelita ship. It's just because of what happened with Sly 3. I can't, you know? Because it just does not work. So, that said, though, they did try to rectify that with Sly 4. And I do like how they tried doing something with her. With, like, in the middle of the game. And so because of that, I actually find that to be, like, at least be a step in the right direction. And I mean, here's the thing, is I feel like at the end of Sly 4, they're more so just friends. I mean, they can be friends, but I just don't think that relationship is, like, the best for them. That said, though, there is more positives and negatives with Carmelita, and so because of that, I will put her in a B tier. She's a good character in some of the games. It's just, unfortunately, her version in Sly 3 is kind of, taints her. That said, though, Neela. Okay, F tier crush? No, she's a fucking snake. That said, though, she's a really good, like, antagonist for Sly 2. There's a reason why she leaves an impact for a lot of people, because she's just an absolute, like, snitch. And she adds a lot of intrigue, even at the very beginning of the game, because she's supposed to be Carmelita's right-hand woman for at least the first half of the game. But then, and she even, like, helps out the Cooper gang a little bit of trying to do little hints and clues on what they should do and whatnot. But then immediately betrays them after Rajan is defeated. And then after that, betrays Carmelita, like, with the Contessa, which we'll get to her in a second. And even betraying the Contessa! So, yeah, no, like, as far as I'm concerned, I do like that intrigue. I will admit, though, she does do it just one too many times. And, well, the whole Clockla thing is a bit... It's a bit awkward. I'm not going to say that... I'm not going to pretend to be like, oh, it's the dumbest thing in the world. Trust me, there's some even dumber things in this entire series that have happened. But that is, like, the one fault, is that I feel like in Anatomy for Disaster, she does falter a little bit, but she is still a fantastic antagonist, as well as, like, secret overarching antagonist of Sly 2, and so because of that, she's an A tier villain. Which, speaking of villains, yes, I do have the Contessa up next, but, well, that's for people who don't necessarily know that she's a part of the Claw gang, because, well, if you guys remember, she's actually introduced as being a member of Interpol and not necessarily a secret member of the Claw Gang, and so that's why I have it formatted like this. And well, I'm just gonna straight up say it. She's our first S tier villain. She is. I mean, just the fact that she literally poisoned her husband basically right after her like wedding ceremony just so that she can inherit all of the money. It's like that alone is already like what the fuck. But even then, she's just so creepy, because she, like I said, she's like a double agent of sorts, where she hypnotizes like criminals at her re-education facility to steal their loot. And well, once we get to the guards, I have a conspiracy, like I have a bit of a conspiracy theory about some of the guards that work for her. And like just those elements combined, and also just the fact that like her areas in both the prison and the castle, it's just so like, obviously horror tinged, that she's kind of creepy. And I mean, it helps that she's a giant spider, which is like no. And she has a pretty good boss fight, I would say, even if it's annoying trying to dodge her hypnotizing eyes, but I digress. So yeah, no, S tier villain for sure. So yeah. And then we've got ourselves a Detective Barker here. So funny enough, he actually does appear at the very, 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 very end of Sly 2. Yes, he is a lot more prominent in the comics, but he is an official character that's in the games, so, or in Sly 2, and so that's why he's here. I mean, he just kind of fills the role of like a Commissioner Gordon for Carmelita, or at least kind of a similar thing, where he's kind of her boss. So he's a lot more fleshed out in the comics than he is in the game, obviously. And so, but he's not really important as far as the game is concerned. You can just kind of like understand his character if you really, really want to. That said, though, I mean, he's just fine. So I'll just put him in a C tier. So he is what it is. And then we got ourselves Lieutenant Gronk. So our basically Neela's replacement in Sly 3, for those who don't know. And I guess I'm just going to include his, mercenary crew as well, because they're all just the same exact model. I mean, he looks cool. Like, he's obviously like a bit more of like a police mercenary, which I guess is a bit of a commentary on the militarization of police, which is something that I do find to be pretty interesting. I will say though, and this is something that I did mention in the original cut, for me, here's the thing. If you're gonna be doing like a stereotype of like a stereotype of someone from like a different country, because like keep in mind this guy has a very thick European accent, so I'm assuming he might be like Russian or Serbian or something like that. So very much like a Slavic accent, but like there's no like, but he's an ape. I don't know, like if he was like a bear, to be fair, it would have been a bit too on the nose, so that's probably why they didn't do that. But I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of the type of person who, I mean, keep in mind, I played Wizard 101 and Pyro 101 a lot, and they tried to, theme each of the species of each world somewhat to animals that did exist in that world, which that place is based off of. And Sly Cooper doesn't necessarily do that all the time. And so, I don't know, this is kind of a interesting thing for me. That said, though, he's fine. So I actually do find him to be kind of cool, though. I mean, yeah, he's like a side character, but I don't know. He's definitely better than than Barker. So I'll put him in a C tier for now, but he's cool. All right, Fiendish 5 time. So let's start off with Raleigh. So yeah, these are the villains from Sly 1. Um, C tier. I mean, he's the first villain of the first game. I can't give him too much shit, even though, like, I will say the fact that he's super, like, the fact that he's a pirate because he was just bored. It's like, what the fuck? Like, dude, that's so petty. The man was bored, from being rich, and so because of that, he became a pirate. Like, what? I don't know. I will admit, I don't know. It's goofy, it's dumb, but it is a little bit charming. Though I don't know if I feel like I don't know how I feel about him being like I don't know, like a kind of like half insane thing that they're trying to do because his whole like how delightful we have a guest. The only thing is, I hate unexpected guests. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't really work. That said, though, again, he's the first villain, so I can't really, give him too much shit. That said, though, rest in peace, his voice actor. I already forgot about who his voice actor was because all of the villains from Sly 1, like all the male villains from Sly 1, okay, yeah, Kevin Blackton, rest in peace. They were all voiced by him except for Miss Ruby and yeah, that just sucks. So that said, though, it's all made up for because Mugshot it's great. I'd say he's at least an A tier villain. So I think Mugshot's pretty great. Just the fact that he became the villain that he is simply because of just him being bullied, which motivated him to become a bit of a bruiser. I mean, that makes sense, right? And I don't know, like he is also a bit goofy, but like he can be intimidating. Although to be fair though, lest we forget his appearance in Sly 3 where Bentley just straight up roasted him.
Your mother was a broken down tub of junk with more gentleman callers than the operator.
10 out of 10 roasting of Mugshot. Which, yes, that does remind me that he is not only a Sly 1 character, he does return in Sly 3, and he's even in the promo animation for Thieves in Time called Timing is Everything. And, I mean, his proportions are kind of weird in that because, well, in Sly's 1 3, he literally walks on his fists, which is like, what the hell? So the fact that he's just normally standing is a bit weird in that, but whatever. He's still cool in that. And again, being like the muscle of the Fiendish Five, I find him to be a pretty interesting character. And there's a reason why they reused him multiple times. So even in the comics, I forgot he's technically in the second comic as a cameo. So yeah, good villain. Miss Ruby, though, okay, this is a bit of a spoiler for Vicious Voodoo, but I am a well-known Vicious Voodoo hater, and well, unfortunately, part of that is because of Miss Ruby herself. I don't even get her backstory. Like, she grew to villainy because she wasn't really liked. I think that's the backstory, right? Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, I wouldn't really want to hang out with someone who just played with dead rats like all the time. I don't know. That's the thing. I feel like out of all the backstories of the Phoenix Five, she has easily the weakest one. It just doesn't translate. Is my point. That said, though, that's not my only problem with her. Obviously, like, as far as the boss fights of Sly 1, obviously I didn't mention boss fights too much, but Raleigh's is okay. Mugshot, I like how it's a more defensive one. Miss Ruby's is it's just a music mini game, but it's the worst one in all of the games because, I mean, not only are they going like towards you rather than down on like the bottom row, and so because of that, it can be a bit confusing on whether or not you're going to get hit or not. But also, the music is not in sync in the PS3 version of the game. So don't play the PS3 versions of the Sly Cooper games. Play the PS2 version or play the digital versions that are on PS5. Do not play the PS3 version. You will be upset. So I don't know. I mean, she's not the worst villain, so I am gonna put her in a D tier. It's just there's better characters. That said, though, Panda King. I actually really like Panda King. I'm gonna put him next to Mugshot, probably even a little bit higher. Originally, in our original cut, I did have Mugshot above Panda King, but I think I find Panda King to be the more interesting character because I mean, he was because his backstory is that he was passionate about being wanting to do like fireworks, but after the town didn't like how they weren't big enough, that pissed him off and that made him a terrorist. So yeah, and well, he burned down a bunch of village. Like he basically just said, "Fuck you, I'm taking down your village," and it's like, damn. And it's not even just the fact that I find his backstory to be kind of arguably even more tragic than Mugshot's, but also his appearance in Sly 3, because keep in mind is this man's a terrorist, and the fact that in Sly 3 he's brought in and mentioned to being having to work with Sly in order to take down General Sao, which obviously we'll talk about General Sao later. I just find that to be such a fascinating duel of rivalry between Sly and Panda King, because you feel that tension when you're in a Cold Alliance. And even after Cold Alliance is done, Sly is still distrustful of the Panda King, which, fair enough, because he helped kill his dad. So, obviously Sly would be very resentful of the Panda King, which, admittedly, I don't know why he's not as resentful to Mugshot, because he was also a member of the Phoenix Five, and he also reappeared in Sly 3, but whatever. Let's not focus on plot holes. But you get the point. I find that to be interesting. They slowly learn to kind of warm up to each other, but they're never chill with each other, and I think that's made for made for the best. So yeah, no, I find Panda King to be an interesting character for sure. That said, though, Clockwork is easily S tier. Again, I'm not gonna really repeat what I said in our villains tier list. Go watch the ending of our villains tier list that I did last year with Saimori and Goldie. All I'm going to really say is Clockwork is easily one of the best villains of all time. The fact that he stalked the Cooper lineage for millennia is absolutely fucking terrifying. And just the fact that he did that out of just pure spite and hatred, and even just despite that, the fact that he was finally killed in Sly 1, his death is the true villain of Sly 2. And I find that to be one of the most interesting and fascinating concepts as far as a villain is concerned for any video game or just any media in general. You don't really get that with a lot of villains. So, that said, though, please don't fucking pull a Palpatine or a William Afton. I swear to God, please don't do that with Clockwork if there's a Sly 5. Again, I know that's copium at this point, but don't do it. Don't do it. Alright, which speaking of Sly 2, let's talk about the other members of the Claw Gang that are, stated members of the Claw Gang. So, Dimitri, I mean, he's Dimitri. He's S tier. So, although he is definitely better in Sly 3. So, he is voiced by the same guy who does Sergeant Johnson from Halo, which, I mean, that's obviously a big plus. Yeah, David Scully. So, that's a big plus already. But even then, just the fact that this guy, um, he was a yeah, he was like he made like shitty art, and then he decided to like forge a lot of famous art so that he could make money off of that, and well, even straight up started forging money itself. I mean, yeah, but like he's so like batshit insane. Like you don't know what the fuck Dimitri's saying half the time, but it doesn't matter because it's just the most amazing shit ever. And so I'm sorry, Dimitri is Dimitri, and you just gotta learn to love him. Granted, I mean, yeah, he is pretty much, he's the first guy you go up against in Sly 2, but like he's still pretty good in that role. And his return in Sly 3 is absolutely amazing. I wish he actually had voice lines in Sly 4. It's stupid because in the teaser for Sly 4, they actually did bring him back to voice Dimitri, but like only for that, not in the game. Even though like when he first appears in Sly 4, it's the most amazing thing ever. But whatever, it's fine. Dimitri's cool though. It's just, god damn it. But then we got Rajan, which I've always been mixed about Rajan. I mean, here's the thing: is he's like Dimitri. He's the drug dealer of the Claw Gang. The Contessa is like the hypnosis person, and for all I know, probably the recruiter. Rajan is like the drug producer, and I mean it's kind of weird because he started off as like selling drugs as a kid, and that made him into basically like a full-on drug king, not even a drug lord, just a king. And so he got himself like a palace, and he basically from that is kind of a smug royal type of character, which is interesting because that's not his backstory. But then he becomes feral in like his second episode, which I've keep in mind, and I did forget to mention this with the Contessa. Rajan, Contessa, and John Bisson, they all have 2 episodes in Sly 2. They don't just only have 1, which gives them like much more screen time, to be fair, which I do like. But yeah, no, the fact that he, kind of is like a bit of a smug royal type in Starry Eye Encounter, and then in Predator Awakes, he is a bit more feral. I find that to be interesting. It's just, I feel like he's just kind of... I just wish he had a bit more personality, is kind of my thing. So... And I wish he was a bit more involved with, like, the drug stuff. Or spice, as they call it in Sly 2, because, it's a kid's game. So, I don't know. I'll put him in a B tier. I think he's interesting, it's just... There could have been a bit more with him. So, and then that leads us into Gene Bison. Gene Bison. Or John Bisson. So, John Bisson... yeah, like, he is... Yes, I know, I'm... my feet, I'm sorry. John Bisson... He has not necessarily like similar problems. It's just the thing is that I think I find him to be a bit more interesting than Rajan because, he's not from the modern day. He's from the 1840s, 1850s, but he got frozen in like an avalanche. And from that, he broke out and just started demolishing the Canadian wilderness. And the thing is that he thinks what he's doing is fine because he sees it as like taming the wilderness. Because again, he's from like a different time period, around right when the Industrial Revolution, at least in our timeline. Maybe it's different in the Sly Cooper timeline, but it's around that time period. And I mean, that is kind of interesting thing that they went with, because again, it was normal, like during his time period, it was normal to just kind of, colonize. But, well, it's like, dude, we're in the modern day, and, global warming and climate change is already a bit of a problem. That's quote in the game. I'm not just talking about real life politics. That's actually in the game. So it's like, I find that to be a pretty interesting thing. It's just, again, I wish he had just a bit more of a personality, which I think is just the problem with both Rajan and John Bisson. That's just me, though. That said, I mean, he does the whole spice trafficking role for the clogging, I think, a bit more effectively, or at least in the first half. That's kind of dropped in his second episode, but his first episode, it's a lot more explored. That said, though, I guess he's a B tier. I do think he's a bit more interesting than Rajan, but they're kind of equal. So, and then we've got Arpeggio, which, I mean, he has a cool design, and I even like his little his chassis that he's in whenever he's in game, because, well, that's the thing that allows him to move around. And he is built up to being like the final, baddie. He's shown off in Starry Eye Encounter, even though he doesn't really appear much after that until around He Who Tamed the Iron Horse, where he starts talking with John Bisson. And just the fact that, like, again, it's another sort of petty sort of backstory where, even whenever even by the time he got old, he wasn't able to fly. And that's why he studied Clockwork's, designs to try and basically take over his body. That's interesting, but, like, this is where I mentioned where Neela just betrayed just one too many times. It's because immediately once, literally in the first job in Anatomy for a Disaster, he's killed like that. And that's a shame, because I feel like if they would have given him just a bit more screen time, he would be a lot more interesting than he actually is, because, he's just, now, they gave him this backstory just as, like, a red herring. And I don't know. That's just the thing that's disappointing to me. So, I'm sorry. I gotta put him in D tier. Like, he has a cool design, but there's only so much you can do with a design. But, because, he's kind of a bit of a Renaissance-looking guy. But, it is what it is. The big sad, unfortunately. So, easily the weakest of the clogging from slide 2. And you're the leader too. Whatever. Alright, slide 3 villains. So, obviously, this is the only game in the series where the villains aren't directly tied between each other, which is not a bad thing. I actually think that that's fine. Because, well, there's different, there's criminals that are all around the world, and they're not necessarily tied with each other, so it would make sense that there would be some criminals that could just be doing their own thing. But I digress. Let's move on to talking about the slide 3 villains. So, Don Octavio, A tier. Again, also voiced by Dave Scully, which I forgot Rajan's also voiced by David Scully. He does a fantastic role as Octavio, as like this mob boss who originally was an opera singer, but then by the time that opera was dying thanks to rock music, he found a group of people that, who basically just kind of, took him in, and he eventually rose up to become like the Italian mafia boss, or the Venetian mob boss that he is, which I find pretty cool. I will say though, and I mentioned this in the original cut as well, it is a bit weird that the villains wiki call him a cult leader, because that's not him being a cult leader. That's just a group of like like mobsters who recognize that he was, wanting to find like a more profitable job. Like, as a matter of fact, I don't even think there's anyone here that would be classified as a cult leader, other than maybe Miss Ruby because of her guards. Like, that's about it. So, yeah. So, but other than that weird discrepancy, like, Don Octavio is pretty cool, especially during the music sequence where you're with him and Bentley. The 10 out of 10 scene. I love that fucking scene. And even just him to as sort of the catalyst for bringing Murray back into the Cooper gang, I think was done really well. So, and again, he's goofy, but it's also like, again, I like how they're like, a lot of the villains in Sly Cooper, like, a lot of them are goofy, but they're also intimidating. Mugshot's goofy but also intimidating, and Octavio, he's goofy but also intimidating. There's a few others down here that I think also fit that bill. At the same time, though, there's just characters that are just straight up taken seriously, like Panda King and the Contessa. So, yeah. And Octavio is thankfully, one of those characters that fills that role. Unfortunately, though, not the next villain. Mask of Dark Earth. This is their first F tier, and I'm just gonna be straight up right now. Mask of Dark Earth is the absolute worst fucking character in the entire franchise, and I stand by that. This thing is actually the lamest thing in the fucking world. Why they thought this was a good idea, I don't know. Because it doesn't talk, it just floats around, and it just possesses people, and it comes out of nowhere. It's one of the few villains that just has no build-up, and it's just kind of thrown in. It's like, why? Especially since it has nothing to do with the miners, which are like the actual guards in the area. It's not controlling them. They are just kind of there, and this thing is just kind of there too. So it's like, what's the point? Why can't there just be like a minor boss? Like, I think that would have been way, way, way better. Because I remember seeing concept art for in Sly 3, after you beat a chapter or an episode, you unlock a gallery which includes a bunch of concept art. And I remember going through that gallery and seeing an alligator. I'm assuming it was supposed to be the flashlight guard. But that would have been cooler if he was the boss of that Australia area as the leader of the miners. But, well, obviously that didn't happen, and they just pulled this thing out of their ass. And, well, like I said, this is the stupidest fucking thing that the series has ever done. So this is my other big criticisms of Sly 3. It's a stupid fucking mask. I hate this thing. So, yeah, no, F tier. Easily. Worst villain in the entire series. Even worse than Le Paradox. And I stand by that with a hard, firm, stance. So, no. Alright, next up, Black Baron. Obviously, again, I put this character in here, even though, obviously, spoilers, this is Penelope in disguise. I will say, I wish the Black Baron himself had a bit more of a presence, because he only appears at the very beginning and at the very end of Flight of Fancy. Like, yes, Penelope shows up here and there throughout, but I wish that her in the costume was more present, because it just feels more like he's a background character. He has a good design, obviously a World War I pilot inspired thing. I mean, Flight of Fancy in general is obviously very World War I coded in general. But I just wish that like they took advantage of that because that's such a cool setting for a Sly Cooper level. So I don't know. I guess I'll just put him next to Penelope. I mean, it's the same character technically speaking, but it would have been cool if they would have done a bit more with him. So, all right, General Sao, S tier. The second best villain in the entire series, next to Clockwork, without a shadow of a doubt. This man is the most reprehensible motherfucker, but like that's why he's great because he doesn't give a fuck. This man, is a ruthless tyrant. He's just straight up sexist. This man basically thinks that he's kind of like a demigod. Like he has a mentality that a lot of dictators have, and he loves it. Like he is in love with just how much of a piece of shit he is. He doesn't care. And I think that's what makes him an enjoyable villain. It's because he's like over the top batshit insane and it works. The fact that you made the Panda King, a man who blew up villages, look more tame in comparison, I think is a testament to General Tso's character. So, and the fact that you actually fight him halfway through his area, it's like goddamn, and his boss fight is pretty fucking hard. I will give that is also something that I will give him as well. Is that he is one of the harder bosses in the series. But yeah, no, like he's pretty good as far as like a villain for a Cold Alliance. He easily is half the reason why Cold Alliance is one of the best episodes in the entire franchise. So easily second best villain next to Clockwork. So that's a high bar. Like keep in mind is that he set up a really high bar and it's pretty hard to like get up to that, which is unfortunate because well our next character is Lifui, which just like the Mask of Dark Earth, he is kind of introduced after you're already in the episode because originally it's implied that Black Spot Pete was going to be the main villain of Dead Men Tell No Tales for Bloodbath Bay. That ended up not being the case. Lifui is the main villain of that area, which in hindsight it's a little weird. I don't know why they set it up like that. And again, keep in mind, this is not like you don't actually see this in game. This is only concept art for Lifui. Which I guess that then leads us into like my main issue with Lifui, other than the fact that he's not introduced like properly at the beginning of the episode like most other villains. Although to be fair, the Sly 4 villains are also kind of introduced later down the line. Although to be fair, in that game's defense, that's kind of more of the point of introducing the antagonists. But yeah, this was the second time they did that. And his whole shtick is that he claims to be the smartest man in the Seven Seas. And while, yeah, there's some things where he does end up tricking the Cooper gang, which is admittedly clever, he ends up kind of being annoying after a while. He exclaims that a lot. And while, yeah, it is shown that he is capable, like he is, a lot more capable, he is the most guilty of the whole is this character gonna die thing, even though Sly 3 is mostly flashback, so it doesn't matter anyways. Which that certainly doesn't help. So I don't know. He's okay. I'll put him in a C tier next to Raleigh. Yeah, I'll just put the pirates next to each other. Although at least he's an actual like pirate, so that helps as well. So he's fine. And then that leads us to Dr. M, voiced by the late Rick May, rest in peace. I actually really like Dr. M. He's honestly kind of creepy. Because keep in mind is that he was originally a part of Sly's like Connor Cooper, Sly's father, his gang. He was the brains, so like he was basically the Bentley equivalent for Connor's gang. And I mean, yeah, I can kind of see it. He's I mean, and here's the thing about him as well is that he's like an obvious like mad scientist type, you know? I mean, that's pretty reflective of just all of his monsters and his guards and just the fact that, you know, the area around the Cooper Vault is just a giant ass fortress. But the fact that like he's pretty calm throughout much of it, like throughout most of his on-screen appearances, like he is pretty calm. That's what makes him so you know? Like goddamn. And again, just the fact that he has direct ties to Sly's father makes it even more of like what the hell happened? You know? Because he's obviously had beef with Sly's father, like that's kind of the whole thing. And which obviously showcases that Sly's father was a flawed person, but also that doesn't make Dr. M like, you know, a good person because he's a fucking psycho. So, yeah, suffice to say, I originally actually put him in B tier, but now that I think about it, I'm actually slowly convincing myself he's actually an A tier villain. I think I like him a lot more than like initially gave him credit for in our original cut of this tier list. Although I will say, as well, he does. This is the truth. As far as final bosses in all four of the games, he has the best final boss. That is the truth. So I will give him that. So yeah, no, A tier villain for sure. And then we've got ourselves the Sly 4 villains. So the what Paradox Syndicate or Paradox Syndicate, whatever it's called. Again, I know Sly 4, it's not a lot of people's favorite, but I will admit, whenever I was doing the original cut of this, I actually gave some of these villains a lot more credit than I even initially thought of whenever I was doing this. Because there's some villains that I think actually work fine in Sly 4. Unfortunately, though, first impressions matter, and well, El Jefe is really not a good villain. I mean, yes, he's voiced by our very much loved Nolan North, but despite the fact that he was in so many of the promotional materials for Sly 4, like as far as like all of the villains, he was given the most amount of promotional attention. In game, he leaves zero impact. He's basically just a diet, like I mean, he's just a diet Rajan mixed with Raleigh, but like in the worst ways possible. He leaves very little impact. He does have a good boss fight. I will give him that. That's like the one thing that's saving him. But yeah, unfortunately, when people say that Sly 4 has weak villains, this is unfortunately one of their prime targets, and that sucks because I don't even think like I don't even think the Sly 4 villains as a whole are really that bad. I'd say it's probably on par with Sly 3 villains, but it's like, yeah, this was not a first good impression. That said, though, um, at least he has a good boss fight, which is something I cannot say for Miss Ruby, and so because of that, he is at least a little bit better in that aspect. But and I even find the fact that he was basically like a Cuban like tiger rogue kind of interesting. It's just I wish they would have done a bit more with that, you know. So he could have been better. So yeah, let me just turn down. that gain down. Dang. Usually I never turn down the gain, but again, this is the light in the background. All right. Next up, toothpick. So, are there armadillos in Eastern Europe? I don't think so. I think they're just a Mesoamerican thing. Yeah, they're like an American thing. What the fuck? Sorry, I point that out because apparently he's from Eastern Europe. His look does fit the American Southwest, you know, him being in like the Wild West, though his background doesn't really fit that. I mean, I will give him this. He does, I think he has some of the more he has more screen time as far as a bunch of the other, like, compared to some of the other villains from Sly 4. I will give him that. So he does have a presence. And I'll even say this, he can be pretty intimidating because he literally just shoots one of his guards, which is something I forgot to mention in their original cut. Yeah, he just straight up kills a guy just on accident and just doesn't give a fuck. I guess I just don't really like the fact that like his voice just gets annoying after a while. It's just a bit too like squeaky. So, which I know that they were trying to go for again, like an Eastern European mixed with like a somewhat Southern accent. Um, but he's fine. He's okay. I I I I give him a bit more credit than probably most people do. I know there's some people who do actually unironically love him, but I'm not one of those people. I just think he's fine. Is he a better villain? Yeah, he's better than Raleigh. He is okay. Hot take: he is better than Lefouille. But yeah, I'll just put him right here. He's fine. So, all right. Next up, the Grizz. So this is. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, by the way, voiced by our lovely Fred Tatasciore, who also voices Nikolai Belinsky from Call of Duty Zombies, which, yes, Nolan North, Fred Tatasciore. See, Blum's also in that game, too. Unfortunately, not Takio's voice actor. Tom Kane does not voice in it, which that would have been really funny if all four of them did, but I digress. I'm going to be honest. I know people, like, there's a group of people who really don't like the Grizz, which I guess I can understand for like some aspects because a lot of people accuse him of being just a Dimitri knockoff. Oh shoot. Sorry, it's the ambulance. Yeah, sorry, it's the ambulance is getting really loud. Um but like here's my counter argument. Octavia's background and backstory is already kind of like Dimitri's to begin with. You know, failed artist turns criminal. You know, that's kind of what these guys all have in common. And I mean, yeah, he does technically, you know, forge art as well, but the difference is that he's actually like he's using the fact that he is going back in time to his advantage because, well, if he's going back in time to create art and but then he goes to the present, well then yeah, that technically is ancient art. So he's trying to legitimize his like, you know, form of art, which I actually think is a good use of the you know, the whole like thing with time travel. And I'll even say this, I actually think he's kind of an interesting character to begin with because this is something that I will admit I wish was a bit more of a common thing with some of the other Sly Cooper games. It's he actually starts having beef with Le Paradox, you know, the leader of that sort of syndicate. which is something that wasn't really a thing between the villains of the Claw Gang or the Fiendish Five. They never really had beef between each other. So the fact that there's an active resentment with the Grizz towards the Paradox kind of halfway through his area, I find that to be a pretty interesting thing that I wish was exploited. It's kind of like how Goldie and I, whenever we did the Pixar tier list, we pointed out that Water Noose from Monsters Inc. He even started having beef with Randall, which showcases them like having their characters fleshed out, and that's something that I do like how they did with the Grizz. And I'll even say this: I mean, yeah, his boss fight, the fact that like he wants to skate, that's kind of something that's not brought up in his backstory, and that's kind of like brought up in the last second. But I actually think his boss fight's fine. Um, I mean, here's the thing about the Sly 4 bosses to keep in mind as well, is that the Sly 4 bosses, they're all like mechanical slash defensive boss fights. They're like the ones from Sly 1, whereas the ones from Sly's 2 and 3 mostly just use the template of the panicking boss fight as their um encounters. Which, I mean, to be fair, that is my favorite boss in Sly 1, but sometimes you do want to make like bosses be a bit more, like I said, mechanic based. And I think he's actually, his is fine. But either way, I'm just gonna be honest. I actually think that the Grizz is probably the best villain in Sly 3 or Sly 4, excuse me. So yeah, I'm actually gonna put him in A tier. So haters are gonna hate. And then we've got the Black Knight, which again, I'm just gonna put him next to Penelope because again, it's just another thing. Again, I just put him on here for people who may not have played through Sly 4. I'm not gonna really repeat myself on Penelope. It's a whole fucking thing. But I digress. Alright, Miss Decibel. Again, this is another character that I'm always just kind of 50-50 on. Because I think she has just enough screen time in her area to justify her existence. At the same time, though... And also she starts beefing with the Paradox as well. At the same time... And she has a good boss fight. As a matter of fact, I will just straight up say this. She has the best boss fight in Sly 4. That is the truth. I just wish that, like, she was a bit more... Again, she has the same problem. Okay, she has a little bit more personality than Rajan and John Bassan. Like, she really leans into the whole, like, out of touch sort of, you know, rich kid sort of thing going on. Though, admittedly, her backstory is kind of dumb because she you know came from a royal family but had like shit, like she played like shit as far as her music, which made her angry, and then with that resentment her little like horn got into her trunk and she found out that she had hypnotic powers, which made her into a criminal. I mean, to be fair though, that's still at least better than like the fucking Miss Ruby backstory, but it's still kind of a whatever backstory, you know. That said though, I do like how they do take advantage of the hypnotic stuff. And like I said, she has a decent boss fight. So, I don't know. She's just a weird one to rank. I think I'm leaning more towards liking than disliking, though. So, I'll put her in a B tier. She's a good enough fill-in for her area. So. And then we've got Le Paradox, which... I mean... Yeah, it's hard to defend Le Paradox. I mean, he's not the worst villain in the world, and at least he does have presence throughout the game. You know? Because his shadow is seen at the first few areas of the game, and then he reveals himself later on. And it's just, I wish that, like, I just wish it was better executed. Because I'm not even against the fact that he has his own, lineage, like he comes from a lineage of thieves himself. It's just, the thing is that Clockwork is a much more better villain. As far as being the main rival of the Cooper family. And so by having, like, basically just a shittier version of the Coopers kind of around as well. I mean, I'm not even against the idea. It's just I wish it would execute it a bit better, you know? Especially since we don't really get to see, like, or even like see a hint of some of his ancestors. Like, I will say this, what I think would have been even more interesting, instead of having these villains from the present day, if it was Le Paradox's ancestors that he interacted with that were the main antagonists of each of the areas. I think that would have hit a bit harder, because I was like, oh shit, there's another lineage of thieves that are around. Like, if that was built up, I think that would have worked. And, well, it doesn't help that, I mean, he's also voiced by Nolan North. Though it is kind of funny because he's basically, like, Nolan North basically just does his Richthofen voice, but instead of in a German accent, it's in a French accent. So he just sounds like French Richthofen, which, I mean, again, Sly 4 was released around the time when DLC for Black Ops 2 was being released, so that checks out, to be fair. I don't know. He's not the worst villain of the series. As a matter of fact, I do think that there are worse villains. But it is hard to defend, Especially since, like I said, his involvement there should have been a lot more to him than there actually was. So, like, and the ending with him, this boss fight, unforgivable. Again, I like Sly 4, but, like, even I have to point out that, yeah, he is a problem. So I am gonna put him in D tier. He's not as lame as El Jefe, because I think that, like, El Jefe just leaves no impact. And, well, anything's better than the fucking Mask of Dark Earth, so that's staying in F tier. I am not changing my mind on that. But yeah, like I said, it's just hard to defend. All right, ancestor time. So yay, these are all of the other characters. So, all right, Ryuichi. I like both versions of Ryuichi, whether it's the classic version or this version. Voiced by Steve Blum, so yeah, that's cool. So yeah, this is the one. I just chose the picture for these in time, although let me just remind everyone of the classic version. So, which, to be fair, classic version does still look pretty cool. So I can go either or, even if he doesn't have the same, Cooper King. But I digress. He's still cool. I give him a B tier. Granted, yes, kind of like the Guru, there are some implications with, like, his thing, but whatever. He's a cool character. I like him in Thieves in Time, and even just kind of hearing about him in the original trilogy, I don't know, I just kind of like that. So, all right, Tumblr sexy man Cooper. Oh god, yes, Tennessee Kid Cooper. So, let me remind you what he looked like in the first 3 Sly Cooper games, because it is not the same. Not the same. Although, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because this is his appearance in Sly 3, and a similar look in Slides 1 and 2. And obviously, he's older here, and you're playing a younger version here. I'm not gonna lie, like there's a reason why. Like, here's the thing. Yes, I make the joke of the Tumblr sexy man, but like again, back in 2013 and 2014, he was amongst one of those Tumblr sexy men. I don't think people realize just how many drawings were made. That said, though, he is like, as much as we like to meme about that, he is undoubtedly the best ancestor that's playable in that game. I mean, just the fact that you have a gun already is just one of the coolest things ever. I mean, you can literally just play furry Red Dead Redemption in his area, which is pretty cool. I mean, even Goldie pointed that out whenever I was playing Thieves in Time a little bit, like on our own time. And he's like, oh my god, that's just the Deadeye from Red Dead Redemption. So, and I mean, he is a personality. Like, he is pretty great. He's a bit of a wise ass, but like he's one of those cool wise asses. And so yeah, like, and I even made the joke. Again, I already said this in the original take, but I don't care. So obviously, you guys know I'm a FNAF fan, as you can probably tell by the poster. And whenever Secret of the Mimic came out, well, there were Wild West versions of our favorite little wolf character back there. And also keep in mind, in Security Breach Ruin, there was also the Wild West versions of Foxy that were seen, like if you guys remember seeing that. And so I remember making the joke to Goldie, being like, dude, you know it'd be great? I know this would never happen, but like, hear me out. If like there was a spin-off, like a spin-off of Sly Cooper, where it was basically just set in the Wild West and you play it as Tennessee Kid, and they made it a crossover thing where Tennessee Kid goes up against the Wild West versions of Foxy and Roxy. I know that would never happen, but like that would be like the best game of all time. I would love to play something like that. So, because I mean, Sony does have the exclusive like launch rights for FNAF, so it's not that it's it's not that there's no connection. But I digress. That said, though, Tennessee Kid, he's S tier. He's great. He's a cool character, and he is easily the best ancestor from that game. So, and even like I said, his original version I think looks cool. So obviously this is more of a like 1890s version, I'm assuming, because this is 1880s. So yeah, or maybe even like late 1880s. Who knows? All right, Bob Cooper, the first Cooper ancestor, and unfortunately a character that I don't particularly care for. I could take or leave him if I'm going to be honest. So, I mean, it doesn't help that they kind of do the same thing that they did with the Guru with him, except they actually give him proper subtitles, which I will give them that. They did actually give him proper subtitles, as opposed to the Guru where they just give them no subtitles, which is really dumb. And I guess I get what they were trying to go for, being like, a stronger and tougher, member of like the Cooper family. But like, you already have Slay Mac Cooper here. So, I don't know. It's just a bit odd, at least for me. I feel like it's just a bit odd. Thankfully, though, it's all saved because we got Prince. So, yeah, Prince, as we call him here, because he's voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, who, of course, voices the Prince of Persia in the Sands of Time games. So, or in 3 of those games. He doesn't voice him in Warrior Within. I forgot about that. But, yeah, Prince. And that's where the joke comes from, by the way, is whenever I was playing through these in time, I pointed that out. So, I mean, I'm gonna be straight up. I know people love to shit on just the fact that, like, yes, he doesn't really have his abilities aren't really utilized as much. The fact that he has a lunging ability that nerfs Sly's lunging ability is a little bit lame. Um, but like, he's still a cool character, and I will even give him this because he does have that cool shield ability. Yes, if you didn't know, if you're running, well, if you press R1 and run while pressing, I think it's L1, you pull up a shield ability that just rams towards guards, which that's pretty cool. I wish it was more utilized. And again, he's just a personality that's just great. Again, Yuri Lowenthal absolutely nailed his character. And yeah, no, I think he's an A tier. I absolutely fucking love Sir Galeth. He's great. So, and again, he does have, you know, a version that did exist in the past. So again, I'm just pulling up the pictures just to kind of showcase. So yeah, this is his, I'm assuming, younger version. So he looks cool here. Granted, it's interesting. I guess that's the lance is close enough. So although I will say you have a fucking sword. Use the damn sword more often, but whatever. All right, and then we got ourselves Salim Al-Kupar from yeah, World of Thieves. And I will admit, I get what they were trying to go for with this version of Salim because, you know, there's a much older version of him. And so he's more of an asshole in this version because he's just burnt out. He just wants to, you know, he just wants to retire. I will admit, though, it is a bit of a shame that we didn't get to play as the younger Salim, though. Because, dude, that would have been so cool if we ended up, you know, doing that. Because, I mean, because a younger version of him does appear in the cutscenes. Look, this is him in the Sly 4 cutscenes. And even if you didn't want to do him, like, in his very young form, this is the form that he is in, like, you know, the older games. So again, like, I understand why they wanted to go for, you know, this much older version, because again, you know, you've already got younger version here of Tennessee Kid, and you know, Sir Galeth is young to middle aged, and Ryuichi young to middle age, probably middle aged because he owns a sushi place, and well, you don't really have like someone who's like really old. But man, that would have been cool if, you know, we would have had like a younger version of him. That said, though, I actually still kind of like Salim. You know, I like the abilities that he has in These in Time. Just the fact that he has like a flying carpet. He has the best takedown ability out of all the ancestors, where he just puts guards inside of his fucking like genie lamp, which is just like goddamn. So, and even just his like, you know, snake moving abilities I think are pretty cool. So that would have been really cool if he had some more time abilities though. But I digress. I think he's cool. He's B tier for me. So yeah, we'll put him above John Bassan. So yeah. Now that said, we've got ourselves the other ancestors. So we got Sight in Common, who we were originally gonna have him in a DLC for Sly 4, but obviously that got canceled, and it still makes me upset. But I think, and by the way, I guess I'm also kind of including. This is, I guess, retrospectively calling, you know, Sight in Commons the first, second, and third, because yes, they are all three different characters. This is, I think, yeah, Sight in Common the first, but the second was the one who created Cooper Vault, and the third is mentioned in the first cutscene of Sly 1. So I guess this is just all three of them. That said, though, I mean, I'm a sucker for Egyptian stuff, kind of like how I'm a sucker for like Middle Eastern stuff. So I am gonna put them right next to Salim. I think both of them are cool. Audubon Cooper, though, uh, I mean, here's the thing with like the other ancestors is that you only really like hear a lot about them. You don't really like get a lot of lore tidbits for most of them, other than the ones that are ancestors that are playable in Sly 4. And I don't know. It's just, I mean, it's cool that he was thieving around World War I times. That's admittedly kind of cool. And he is referenced quite a bit throughout Flight of Fancy because of just the fact that he was the one who had the designs of the Cooper biplane that you use in Sly 3. It's just, I don't know. He's kind of one of the more forgettable ones for me, despite the fact that he's the his pages of the book were the ones that the Panda King had. But I digress. So I'll put him in a C tier, though I guess he's a bit more interesting than a lot of other characters. That said, though, Slay Mac Cooper, I just don't really care for at all. It's kind of cool. I don't know. It's just for me, like, I know what they're trying to go for. It's like the whole they're thieves, but they're strong sort of thing. It's just that just doesn't really fit. That's one of the reasons why I don't really care for Bob. It's the same thing with Slay Mac Cooper. It's just have them be like specializing in thieving. So he's a C tier for me as well. Now that said, Henriette One-Eyed Cooper. This is one of the few Coopers that actually has a little bit more lore, because she's the pirate one. She's in some of her versions she has like a hook for a hand. Other versions she has that dagger. But she is like the pirate one, and she has a little bit of lore mentioned in These in Time, involving her going to like the Arabian Peninsula stealing stuff. But also in the official Prima guide for the Sly trilogy, whenever they released the games back in 2010, there was an official Prima guide that was made for that. And there was like a section in there that mentioned how, because Henriette only had one eye, whenever her and her crew were going up against Clockwork, and Clockwork used his eyes to try to like either hypnotize or kill her crew, because the fact that like she didn't look at Clockwork with both her eyes, she survived his attack, which I find to be one of the most badass things ever, and that is pretty cool. So I am gonna give her a B tier. So she is unironically really cool. I understand why they didn't have her as like an area for Sly Fords, because that area would have been too similar to Bloodbath Bay. Fair enough. I don't care. You should have made it anyways. So easily one of the cooler ancestors that not a lot of people know about. And then Thaddeus Winslow III Cooper. So, which implies that there was a first and a second. So this is the Victorian era guy. This is the master of the disguise. And, I mean, he looks cool. And, he is referenced a bit more as well. I mean, if you guys remember the Goodbye, My Sweet sort of like animation that you can unlock, that is what Sly's disguise is based off of. It's based off of this guy's thing. And I mean, again, I've been starting to get into some like steampunk looking stuff, which I know it's not like Victorian, but like, it's a fantastical slash sci-fi spin off of the Victorian era. And I don't know, I think he looks cool. That's all I gotta really say about him, though. He looks cool. B tier. And then we've got Connor Cooper, Sly's father, who kind of is a very mysterious man. I mean, obviously you hear a lot about how, Sly looked up and admired his father for teaching him about his ancestors and for being the one who did protect him whenever he was a kid, who unfortunately died at Clockwork's hand, and probably some of the other Fiendish Five members panicking. Um, Maybe Mugshot, although Sly doesn't really have as much of a grudge against him, so I don't know. Um, Connor, it's weird because again, you hear a lot, like you hear Sly praising him a lot, but then Dr. M, as batshit insane as Dr. M is, he had a grudge against Connor, which makes you question, was he really that great of a guy? I don't know, I just find those, questions to be fascinating. And here's the thing that I find pretty cool, and this is unfortunate that this was not brought back in Thieves in Time, but the fact that this man, was able to rail slide on lasers is insane. Like, what? This man was able to go through the lasers. It's just insane. And it's implied that he also, it was kind of a bit of a tech guy as well, which makes sense because I'm assuming he was a thief around like the 50s and 60s whenever computing technology started to kind of, get on the rise. So, a bit of a Cold War thing. So, yeah, suffice to say, I actually originally put him in B tier, but I'm slowly convincing myself that like he's also an A tier character because I just like, less is more. I think that's the moral of like Sly's father, Connor Cooper. I think works because of the fact that like you don't know much about him. So and it's more so left up for people to kind of fill in the blanks about what happened. Alright, now let's go over the miscellaneous characters seen throughout the game. So these are just characters that are either in cutscenes or are just kind of one-offs. So they're not really that important. As a matter of fact, most of them are probably going to be lower tier, just to keep that in mind. So we got ourselves the ruby dealers that were in Predator Awakes. I mean, they're fine. Again, they just kind of serve to get the job done. They literally have less than a minute of screen time. So yeah, they are what they are. And by the way, this is kind of my same placement for pretty much any insert just random character that like that you only see their eyes in, because I am just remembering Starry Eye Encounter. There is the guard that's at the door who you only see his eyes, but that's about it. Same thing happens in Thieves in Time for trying to get the thief costume for 40 Thieves. I guess this character is just my insert for like characters that only have less than a minute of screen time. So they're all just kind of, I'm just gonna lump them here. Jim McSweeney. So this is the final member of Connor's original gang. He was the muscle, basically Murray's equivalent. It's awkward because he's only kind of there in Sly 3, but he's much more fleshed out in the comics. If we're just ranking him off of just the game, he's obviously a D tier character, but like if you read the comics, he's actually very interesting. And just the fact that he's very much a very compassionate man, or at least more compassionate than you would think. And so I actually kind of like him. I'm gonna put him in B tier as well. It's just I wish he had more screen time in Sly 3 because he only appears at the very beginning and that's it. Because again, if you don't read the comics, you might get lost because even I was confused as a kid. Like, who's this guy? So that's the one downside, but I digress. He's cool. All right, then we've got ourselves the. Okay, this is technically not a character per se. It's just more so just NPCs that are in the hotel for Flight of Fancy, specifically these deer, which are supposed to represent Team Iceland. I mean D tier, they're just whatever. Again, they just kind of serve to get the job done. That said, though, the Belgian flyer that Murray interacts with to try to steal his handkerchief, S tier. S tier. The fact that this guy doesn't say shit when Murray like pulls a joke, then starts laughing when Murray just he's his fucking fist down his throat, which I don't even know how you do. And the best part is whenever when you're playing as Bentley and you get caught, and he just like while he's laughing, he just turns around and is like, "Hey, thief." 10 out of 10 character. I love him. He's not even a guard. He's just like an NPC, which I will give credit to Flight of Fancy. It's one of the few areas in the entire series I can think of where it does have roaming NPCs. So, I mean, Sly 2 Starry Encounter like has like the crowds, but those are just background cutouts. They actually put in like full-on models for NPCs in here, and that's something that, again, I know this is wishful thinking. If a Sly 5 does come out, I want there to be roaming NPCs. So not even as like guards, kind of do like an Assassin's Creed thing. Although make sure that the guards look distinct so that you can tell who's a guard and who's just an NPC. So, but I digress. That said, though, Jean King, F, she just only is there to serve the plot. She's barely even a character, so I feel bad for saying that because, well, she's the reason why General Tsao is a fucking sexist to like her. It's just I wish there was a bit more. And I'm gonna do the same thing for Remy Lusteau. That's Dimitri's grandfather. Again, not even really a character. So, yeah. Black Spot Pete, though. So he's the one that stole Remy's diving suit, which is the whole reason why you even go to Bloodbath Bay to begin with. I will admit, I kind of wish he ended up being the main enemy of the area of Bloodbath Bay. Again, he's set up to... Like, he's the one who was set up to being that guy. But, well, that ended up not being the case, and he's just kind of seen in the first level, which, to be fair, that is a pretty great section. It's the one time where the dialogue, like the branching dialogue tree in Sly 3 actually matters, because you can't repeat something they said before. And he's great. Like, that whole like exchange is pretty great. I mean, again, kind of like Salim, he's just like an old asshole who just doesn't want to deal with shit anymore. But like, I think that's kind of why I find him a bit funny. So, yeah, I actually put him in C tier, but I think I'm gonna put him in B tier. So, yeah, he's cool. All right, Madame Geisha. Again, this is from Sly 4. She's just not even really a character. She's a background thing, so D tier. Alright, next up we've got ourselves the mini bosses slash enemies that I didn't know if I wanted to count them as a part of the enemy slash guards because they are technically single entities. So that's kind of why they're here as opposed to being pure. So do keep that in mind. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, again, most of these are just gonna be whatever. So the Beast from Sly 1, it's a giant snake, so whatever. it only appears twice, and it has no consequences after that. Then we got the giant attack robot from Jailbreak in Sly 2, which Goldie didn't believe me whenever I said that, which is funny because that's the whole joke of that whole job, that you're trying to fucking, turn this thing on, but Sly doesn't believe Bentley that it's a giant attack robot. Whatever. That said, though, again, yeah, it's just kind of whatever. And it's also like, why does the Contessa even have a giant attack robot? It has no like sense of consequence at all. I don't know. It is admittedly kind of weird, but it is a cool like part of Jailbreak, to be fair. So, and then we got ourselves Lupus Gigantormus, the wolf that roams around the forest in Holland, which is pretty cool whenever you get to ride that thing and kill all the guards. But again, I don't know. It's just, I know she's watching, by the way. I'll just only put it in like a C tier. It's fine. That said, though, we've got ourselves the Stone Dragon, which I'll put this in a B tier. I mean, yeah, it's a little weird that this is technically the boss, like what ends up being like the boss of a Cold Alliance, because you fight General Sao halfway through it. It would be a bit repetitive if you fought him again. So I think that was the mindset that they had. That said, though, I actually do like the dragon boss fight because it uses the whole map as the arena. And there's even guards that still kind of like roam around. And I don't know, it's a cool finale to an area, even if it doesn't even come out of nowhere, because the dragon is subtly hinted at, not just because of all the dragon enemies that you fight throughout that area, but even the giant statue that's inside of the family temple. So I like how they like subtly hinted at it. So Crusher, on the other hand, the giant squid monster, I could really care less about. Again, it's a sort of take it or leave it for me for Bloodbath Bay. Which, speaking of take it or leave it, I'm not gonna lie, and again, this is a slight hint at my feelings towards the title level of Sly 3. I don't really care for the mutants all that much. I don't know, I never really jived with the mutants from the final level of Sly 3. So yeah, this giant gorilla sloth thing, I'm just gonna put him in D tier. Again, I do have a personal grudge against this one in particular for the fact that like Sly is literally in this thing's grasp technically throughout the entirety of the fucking game. Because let me remind you that Sly 3 is mostly a giant flashback, and so the fact that like I keep reminding myself that he's in the jaws of this thing, or in the almost near fucking jaws at some point, but he's in the claws of this thing. No. No, thank you. Also, this angler crab thing, jellyfish thing, F. I hate this thing, probably even more so than Mask of Dark Earth. Simply because this section is literally the worst section of Sly 3. Like, this job, trying to grab the Cooper King before Dr. M takes it away, I absolutely hate this so much. God, that section sucked so bad. So I don't think there's anything worse than it. Like, these are just the worst things ever. And by the way, notice how like Sly 3 has like just straight up F tier. I feel bad because again, next Friday is literally its 20th anniversary. It's like it didn't really have great characters in comparison, but I digress. Now, as for this dragonfly whale thing, no thanks. It's stupid looking. Like, I'm sorry, it just looks dumb. But the moat monster from Sly 4, I'm actually going to put it next to the stone dragon. Again, having another dragon boss fight, I think is pretty cool, even if it's a mechanical dragon. I still think it's pretty cool regardless. It would have been cool if, they actually did have a dragon in there instead, or even like an actual Hydra, because obviously there's obviously some fantastical stuff that's in the Sly Cooper series, and the fact that Sly 4 has the least amount of them is very interesting. Although 40 Thieves, thankfully, does have a little bit of that sort of mysticism. I don't know, it's just kind of weird. All right. That then leaves us with the characters from the comics, which, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to be kind with a character from the comics. These are mostly just kind of side characters. So, I mean, hell, I don't even know if 95% of people even know who the fuck these characters are. So, yeah, Beverly Doinku, F, she's just a rich background character. No consequence. Pachydermatogystany, or however the fuck you pronounce her name, also F tier. They're literally just the same exact character. They're just rich characters that are just more so carry like the plot for where those comics are set. That is it. So, same thing with Pierre, who stole this gem that this person carrying, but I don't care. Lame. And then we got Mrs. Puffin, who's the one who controlled the orphanage that the Cooper gang originated from. I mean, again, I just don't care. So, D tier. And D tier for Carmelita's assistant, Winthrop. Although it's kind of funny that like he's trying to hit up on Carmelita, but well, that fails spectacularly. So, which is also kind of interesting considering that in the second issue of the comics, Carmelita is still kind of interested in Sly. It's just they dropped that in Sly 3 proper, and it's just so weird. But whatever. But yeah. Dang, alright, that took us a little bit shorter than last time, which is nice. So yeah, that's the tier list for the characters. We stand for Sly Cooper characters. Mostly. So it's just there's some that are obviously better than others. But the ones that are cool are pretty cool. But now let's move on to the episodes, as they're called, basically the levels of each of the games. And do keep in mind that I did include the prologue and epilogues in here, except for the prologue for Sly 3, because it's just the same area as the final area. Same thing with the prologue and epilogues of Sly 4. They're both in Paris, so, it is what it is. So, I mean, I think I am going to do this by game, so let's go for it. So, the Police HQ, the prologue for Sly 1, B tier, Tide of Terror, B tier, Sunset Snake Eyes, A tier, Vicious Voodoo, D tier, Fire in the Sky, S tier, and then Cold Heart of Hate, C tier. So, with the prologue, it's the first area, so it's, not really all that important, but I just wanted to include it because, prologue area is still kind of cool. But yeah, no, Sly 1 is also just kind of a weird one to talk about because, like I said, the way in which the episodes are structured in Sly 1 are vastly different than the ones from like Sly 2 onwards because of the fact that Sly 1 is a platformer, or at least it is a lot more similar to other platformer games that were popular at the time. So because of that, it's a lot more structured like a Spyro game where you enter through like one of the linear levels that is in the game, which then you reach a hub, and from there it pretty much branches out until you play all of them until you get to the final like boss of that area. So because of that, it is a bit harder to rank and judge. And do keep in mind that as much as I love Sly 1, it is the first game that I've ever played in my life. You know, I love the game to death. That is, like, I do prefer the sequels, like the way in which the sequel games are structured, in which there is an overarching, like, sort of semi-open world in which you do jobs in there, as well as different instances throughout the area. So that is something to keep in mind. That said, though, Tide of Terror, it's a decent intro. You know, like, you are on the ship for most of it, though, which there's some cool areas in the ship. And again, it's an intro area, so it's going to be teaching you all of the basics about the game. Mm-hmm. You know, how to sneak around, how to, you know, use different, like, how to use the Master Thief moves and all that fun stuff. How even just teaching you how to collect clue bottles and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it's a fine intro. That said, though, fuck the submarine portion. That's like the one part that does objectively suck. I hate that section, and to be honest, most vehicle sections in Sly 1 are just not that fun. So, and well, the submarine thing where you're trying to get all the treasure chests, not that great. But everything else is fine. Thankfully, it's ramped up with Sunset Snake Eyes. Much more visually appealing area. Basically, you're in Utah, but you're basically in Las Vegas. Which I think they wanted to make it like legally distinct, so which fair enough, but it's like, why are you in Mormon like Vegas? That's basically what it is, right? So also, is gambling even legal in Utah? I mean, I'd imagine so. No! It's banned in Utah! Oh my god. So, yeah, suffice to say, you can't gamble in Utah. There's not even casinos. That is hilarious. Because I know in Arizona and New Mexico it's legal, and in some parts of California, but apparently not in Utah. Dang. Well, they fucked up there. They should have just straight up made it Las Vegas. So, which, again, the fact that it's basically just Mormon Utah, like Mormon Las Vegas, though, it is kind of cool. I will say, though, the one part that does kind of suck is at the dog track, which is like one of the two, actually technically three of the times where you're driving in the Cooper van, and admittedly, it does kind of suck. That's the worst one, easily. But, like, other than that, you know, where, like, I like the more, like, normal levels when you get into the casino. Two to Tango, I think, is a really good sort of, you know, crime-related chase area. When you're in, like, the back alleys, it's pretty cool. Hell, even whenever you're at that gun trying to defend Murray, trying to get that key. So, yeah, like, I really like Sunset Snake Eyes. Easily one of the better sections of Sly 1. Which is unfortunately undermined because Vicious Voodoo is, I'm just gonna be honest, probably the worst episode in the entire like series. Which I know that's a bold statement, but I mean it when I say that. So, granted, I will admit I am a Vicious Voodoo hater. I've always been a Vicious Voodoo hater. again, I love Sly 1. It's the first game that ever got me into video games, and I love I it means a lot to me. But even I have to admit, whenever I was playing through this back in 2020, and hell, I replayed it a couple years later for goalie, and hell, even joining in with Saimori whenever I joined on his streams whenever he was playing through the game, like even he was like, "Oh my god, this section sucks," because this is the most vehicle heavy portion of the game. Or okay, let me phrase that. It's not the okay. It's not, let me phrase that. It is. There's a lot of time trial sections in this, and those suck so bad. I mean, it doesn't help that I'm not a big fan of the guards in this area, like, at all. Like, yeah, the guards kind of suck in this area. The the normal levels, like, the only normal levels I think I like in this section is the one where you're in the areas with the waterfall, um, and the graveyard section. I'd say those are like the only two levels that I like in this episode, because I'm gonna be honest, I am not a big, like, again, those time trial sections, Piranha Lake and Down Home Cooking, are the two worst jobs in the entire series, hands fucking down. And it's because of that time limit and just how janky, you know, you in that swamp speeder. It's so janky to control that thing, and the time limit in Down Home Cooking, alongside trying to get all those chickens, is way too fucking stressful. I hate those sections, and don't even get me started on Miss Ruby's boss fight. We already talked about her boss fight earlier, but oh my god, F. Like, uh, this is a standard template tier list that I just picked up, so it doesn't have an F tier, but like, absolutely worst level in the entire series. I don't care what people say. This thing is trash. So, yeah. Thankfully, it's all redeemed because Fire in the Sky is immediately after, and that is easily the best section of Slide 1. Yes, it does have a couple of vehicle sections. It does have another racing section in it, but thankfully it's a much better racing section than the one in Mesa City. Like, it's funny because you would think that the ice in Fire in the Sky, like in that racing area, that would make it harder, but no, it actually makes it easier. So I pretty much like that. And also, thankfully, the other vehicle section that's in Fire in the Sky, with the one where you're in the moving turret, that was thankfully the best atypical level that was in Vicious Voodoo, was that turret section. As a matter of fact, that's probably like the best section of Vicious Voodoo, is that turret section. We're fighting a bunch of ghosts in the skeleton turtle guys, and there's another section like that in here, and thankfully it's also as fun as that. And even the normal levels, like the unseen foe is probably the like one of the best levels in the game, because you solely rely on stealth mechanics to get through, and I love it for that. So, and even just some of the more normal feeling levels, like Flaming Temple of Flame, it's just an enjoyable, experience. So, yeah, and well, Panicking's boss fight, I think is probably the best boss fight in the game. So, yeah. And then we got Cold Heart of Hate, which, I mean, here's the thing, and I'm just gonna let the cat out of the bag. I think I've realized over the years that my least favorite levels in the Sly Cooper games, funny enough, are the epilogue levels, or at least some of my least favorites. It's because they try to make them different compared to the other episodes in the game, or for the most part. And, well, in this game's case with Cold Heart of Hate, it is extremely linear. Like you don't even have a hub area. You just go straight like point to point to point to each job. And I don't know if I really like that all that much. It doesn't really help that the jobs themselves, most of them aren't even really that good. Mhm. I mean, the first section where you're like shooting out all those robo falcons and those rocks and mines, it's more tedious than it should be. Also, trying to get all those computers while in the Cooper van from those fire slugs, absolute chore. So I think the only parts that I do like from, or like, okay, I like the hacking section where you're trying to hack through to save Sly. I do like that. You know, that's the beginning of the hacking mini games. Even if it feel like, even if that specific type of hacking minigame wasn't ever really brought back again, except if you want to see it as like a prototype for um I see it as more of a prototype for the alter ego hacking minigames in Sly 4 rather than the ones that were in Slice 2 and 3. So I mean the music kind of helps with that, but I don't know. And then obviously like the boss fight. Even if they even still introduce a new mechanic for the boss fight of Clockwork. But even despite that, oh my god. This is what happens when you stream in the morning rather than at night. You get to hear a lot of police cars and shit. But anyways, um so yeah, I do like the boss fight. It's just such a linear section. And I just don't think that's where Sly's gameplay works best. I think Sly's gameplay works best when you have a hub and you do missions around said hub. Which thankfully, that is exactly what Sly 2 expanded upon. And well, there's a reason why it's my favorite game of all time, so I am going to be extremely, extremely biased for a lot of the sections of Sly 2. That said, though, prologue level, Shadows of the Past, yeah, it's a better prologue. But then, Black Chateau, S tier. Starry Eyed Encounter, S tier. Predator Awakes, I did convince myself to put it in B tier. So, Jailbreak, A tier. Tangled Web, the best. He Who Tames the Iron Horse, S. I don't know if it's good. I'll put it here. Menace of the North, A. C tier. And then Anatomy for Disaster, also C tier. So, yeah, no, 4 out of 9 in S tier. That should tell you just how much I fucking love Sly 2, by the way. Again, Shadows of the Past, it's just the prologue in Egypt. Which, that's cool, but, you know, it is what it is. But, Black Chateau. This is arguably the most iconic level in any of the Sly Cooper games. Because, you know, obviously it's the first area of Sly 2. And, you know, it's another sort of tutorial area, but, you know, since this is a new game, it's a lot like new game, new mechanics. It's a lot more forgiving. And it's just fun being able to take out this nightclub. It's the perfect template for a Sly Cooper area. And I do think that yeah, like I actually like all the jobs. Like even just the first one where we're trying to set out all the satellites and then eventually doing all the recon, which thankfully all the levels in Slide 2 have recon sections, which I absolutely love. You know, where you take pictures and stuff. And, you know, going through the different parts of the nightclub is pretty nice. even the times when you're actually playing as Bentley and Murray, even if they're not like they only play as Bentley and Murray a couple times, this is a very Sly centric level. I think that it's still a pretty like enjoyable area. So yeah, no, Black Chateau I think is like there's a reason why it's pretty iconic, especially since it's not too big of a hub area. Even if it is a bit weird that it's a like you're in an island in the middle of Paris. You're just completely surrounded by water, but whatever. That's nitpicking. So just sneaking in, and again, teaching you how to, do like teaching you even more stealth mechanics that are just straight up lifted from Metal Gear Solid and Splinter Cell. Having this game actually lean more towards that style of gameplay, and that's one of the reasons why I do appreciate Sly 2 is because it really did it really did help um sort of start like it basically is I don't want to say baby's first Metal Gear because that's just insulting because it stands on its own, but like it's like the perfect way to introduce someone to getting into like stealth games, even if it's not a strictly stealth game. It is a stealth action adventure hybrid game. And Black Chateau was pretty much the beginnings of changing this from being a platform game into a general action adventure slash stealth hybrid game. So, and like I said, it's a pretty iconic area in its own right. That said, though, I would argue that a starry-eyed encounter is better. I mean, it has a much more interesting locale for me because I'm very biased when it comes to like um, Egyptian, Middle Eastern, and in this case Indian architecture, although obviously inspired by northern India, which took inspiration from Middle Eastern architecture, for those who don't know, because of historical context that I don't have time to talk about right now. And it's just an overall vibe, just going into the guest house, sneaking into the control room, taking pictures of the ballroom, actually going into the ballroom and doing music sequences that actually are way better than the boss fight of Miss Ruby and Sly 1. And even like the more like atypical gameplay sections, like playing the RC chopper for a couple times here, or going into the gunning position and fighting against that helicopter. It's a really really fun level, or really really fun episode, and I really really like wish more people did appreciate it because I really love this section of the game. So, which then leads us to the Predator Awakes, which I already mentioned. Rajan, the Contessa, and John Basson, they have two chapters, like they have two episodes instead of just one. So Starry Encounter and Predator Wakes are Rajan sections. I will admit this one is a little bit weaker, and it's not to do with the actual jobs themselves, because I still love the jobs, like planting the bug in Rajan's office, or taking out the spice grinder, blowing up that dam, flooding the whole like temple complex. Like there's some really cool and memorable sequences here, or even just getting up half of the Clockwork Heart even before you end the game, like end the episode. Like those are some really cool sections. It's just traversing this is where it starts to like break a little bit, because admittedly it is when you're playing as Sly, it's fine. And keep in mind, when you're playing as Sly, you're not going to have this problem of trying to go like throughout the level. But when you're playing as Bentley and Murray, that's when it becomes a bit of an issue, because they're not built to traverse as much as Sly. And it also doesn't help that, admittedly, Bentley and Murray do kind of get the shaft as far as things to do, because, well, I don't know. I don't find luring Rajan around the map to be as interesting as blowing up a spice grinder. And I'm not a big fan of the where you have to carry a giant ruby while just slowly walking around the section, like the entire map. So there are some fumbles, but it's still a good section. It's just, there's a couple of jobs that aren't as interesting to me. But I digress. Because thankfully, the one that's after this is Bentley. Because, well, next, you play as Bentley for a big chunk. Because, well, Sly and Murray get captured alongside Carmelita. And Bentley has to break them out in jail. Which leads us to Jailbreak. And Jailbreak is an awesome section. Again, the fact that like the first, and oh, by the way, in most of Sly 2 and 3's sections, they're pretty much divided into 4 chapters. So the first chapter, you either do like a recon thing or you just kind of do an intro. Then you do a briefing, which you do a series of jobs, and then you do another briefing, do another series of jobs, and then you do briefing, and then you do the main operation. Jailbreak is one of the only 2 that don't follow this. There's only 3 chapters as opposed to 4. And in the first chapter of episode of Jailbreak, you only play as Bentley. You're trying to break out Sly. And I find that to be such a good change of pace. And it helps that, you're Bentley. You're the weakest out of, the Cooper gang. So it makes it even more intimidating when you're roaming around this little village outside of this prison, trying to get away from these, really, intimidating looking guards. It's one of the parts of the game that a lot of people don't really give a lot of credit to. But I absolutely love it. So, and this is of course the section where you're introduced to the hacking minigame that most people know and love. And yeah, those hacking minigames I absolutely love too. I'm very glad that, they literally made a spin-off game called Bentley's Hat Pack, which dedicates themselves to that. Even if they're in the Sly 4 style, it's still pretty enjoyable in that style as well. And even when you're playing a Sly, it's still a fun time trying to go around this level. I will say the one thing that does suck about Jailbreak is probably the one where you're trying to get the key codes. That's like the one job that I don't really like. But other than that, I like playing as Murray, beating up a bunch of those wolf guards. I liked breaking them out of that same section later on. Giant attack robot, as I mentioned earlier, trying to decharge it. There's some really cool sections. So that said, though, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I mean, I mentioned this whenever I did stream this game. Tangled Web is my favorite section of Sly 2. I think it is absolutely fantastic. It has the best, one of the best hubs in the entire game. It has the best recon mission in the game where you go throughout the entire castle. And once you get up to that tower, oh my god. And even just the missions themselves, carrying General Clawfoot is not as annoying as carrying a ruby, because he can walk around and he's not as fragile. Going into the crypt, smashing down that evil wolf priestess to release all those ghosts, only to take them to Neela's place. Or even going into the crypts, fighting hordes of those wolf guards. And even, driving the tank twice, which I know some people have issues with the tank controls. I never had issues with controlling that tank. So, and Whelp contested being a pretty good boss fight, even if the hypnosis thing is kind of annoying in the second half of her boss fight. But I digress. It's still an absolute classic area. I don't think there's a single bad Like, I don't even think there's a single bad aspect of this, because even traversing this is way better than in Predator Awakes. I mean, yeah, like Sly still has a better advantage, but there's still more areas for Bentley and Murray to go up into the upper parts of the castle, and so it feels way way better to play as them in this. So, and I think I mentioned this before, but Tangled Web, like I used to write a lot of like fan fictions which combine Sly Cooper and a bunch of things. Tangled Web was the section where a lot of like those fan fictions, whenever I wrote those as a kid, um, that was the biggest inspiration. And so I do hold a lot of personal memories for this as well. And so because of that, yeah, Tangled Web I think is absolutely fantastic. And thankfully, like, even despite the fact that Tangled Web, is my favorite section. So like that's a hard, tough, that's a hard act to follow up on. You know, they still were able to do it with He Who Tames the Iron Horse. This is another absolutely fantastic area, specifically for the train sections. Holy shit, going into and sneaking upon those like trains is absolutely amazing. I fucking love that section so like those sections so much. And even besides those sections, when you're going into the cabins trying to get those blueprints, and even trying to sneak around John Bassan while he's talking to Arpeggio, it's so cool. And even the like trying to blow up the cabooses by trying to get all those spice blimps or spice balloons. Excuse me. Like, it's just so much fun. And even when Carmelita starts getting involved, it's still pretty enjoyable and helps to continue on the motif of Carmelita learning to having to work with the Cooper gang. So yeah, no, I am a huge fan of this area. And it's one of my favorite areas in the entire game for sure. So yeah, back to back to back. Like, that's pretty insane. So, and you also even fight Neela pretty much at the end of it, so you get to deal with her after she already betrayed you, to be fair, but still. So yeah, no. The middle of this game is fantastic, and it's, well, one of the core reasons why it's my favorite game of all time, and I forever love it because of that. That said, though, I will admit it does kind of wane near the end with these last two. That said, though, I still think these sections are fine. And there's some pretty good sections of both of these. It's just, you can kind of tell that they were starting to stretch it out just a bit too much, or at least they were starting to run out of ideas for Sly 2 at least. So Menace of the North A, that's the John Bassan section, second session, God, I can't speak. So, and obviously this was his first. It's just, for me, even though Sly 2 is my favorite game of all time, I will admit this part of the game I feel like is like the least memorable for me. I mean, I still remember the sections. I mean, I remember you having to fight in those RC like those little like RC controlled tanks, or the going into the lighthouse, and even the operation where you're in these lumberjack games. I guess my thing though with this is that it's just, and I mentioned this in our original cut of this tier list, is that I don't really like how you do so many convoluted things just to get like some small things throughout the thing. Like, for example, you go and realign this laser, and you go all across the entire map just to point it at this wall, like this wall of ice along the cliff, just so that you can get a book. I don't know about you guys, but I do find that to be a bit convoluted. And well, you do the same thing, except you go all like you one job to activate some oil rigs by destroying their generators with old Grizzleface, which to be fair, old Grizzleface is pretty great. But like you activate those like air pressuring things or whatever, just so that you can get on an iceberg to grab a small ass egg. I don't know, man. It just feels like it's a lot of work for just a tiny item. So I don't know. It just feels a bit off. Or even just the section where you're in the bear cave trying to steal all those trackers from the bear's mouths. It's like, That said, though, I have definitely grown on the area itself, and thankfully, the hacking minigames in this area are still as good as always. It's just, oh, and also John Bassan's boss fight, I do really like. It's just, I'm just not really a big fan of pretty much everything else here. That said, though, Anatomy for Disaster is also unfortunately a bit rough as well. I mean, I already mentioned the fact that Arpeggio pretty much dies in the first job. It is a bit disappointing, but that's not the only problem. Another problem is the hub itself. It has that same problem that Predator Awakes has, where it is not it is a nightmare if you want to traverse in this hub as either Bentley or Murray. Only Sly is really the best when it comes to traversing this area. And also, you're just blowing up generators in this section. And I don't know about you, but that's a little bit lame. You're on a giant floating flying machine, and you're just blowing up you're blowing up engines. I don't know. And this is also the only other section in the game that has 3 chapters in this episode. And yeah, the first chapter, you're doing recon only for Arpeggio to die. The second chapter, you're blowing up engines. And then the third chapter, you're contacting Carmelita so they can fight Kalakla, Neela, and do the final boss stuff. Which, to be fair, that part's cool, but yeah, it is a little bit disappointing. That said, though, it is still better than Cold Heart of Hate, because at least this is the epilogue. Yeah, this may be the epilogue, but it at least actually has a hub area, which is something that I do like. If it didn't have a hub, then I probably would have put it probably below, and honestly probably even put it next to Vicious Voodoo. But because it has a hub, and admittedly it does look cool, I'm still gonna put it above. So, which then leads us into the Sly 3 sections. So, and by the way, beginning of the end, I'm gonna put it with Honor Among Thieves. So, anyways, Opera Fear, A tier. Rumble Down Under, C tier. Okay, I think I do like it a bit more than that, though. But yeah, Flight of Fancy, A tier. Cold Alliance, motherfucking S tier. Dead Man Tell No Tale, B tier. And then Honor Among Thieves, C tier. Yeah. Okay. So, Opera Fear, I think, is another fantastic beginning section of, a Sly Cooper game. So, not as good as Black Chateau, but I think theming-wise, it's definitely better, but gameplay-wise, I think Black Chateau might be a little bit better. It's a much better, tutorial area. Although, to be fair, Opera Fear doesn't need to be a tutorial area. I mean, obviously, Don Octavio is pretty great, but even just traversing is already much much better, especially with Bentley being in a wheelchair, so it's much more accommodating for him. Also, I really do like a lot of the jobs that are in here, even the ones that aren't necessarily like typical, like going through the canals, blowing up a bunch of boats. I think that was pretty cool. Or even playing as Carmelita for like the first time since technically Sly 1, because she does have a rail shooter section, but it's very minute and it's not as good as the other ones that where you're defending Murray. Like you actually have to play as Carmelita proper this time, fighting off against like these flying Vincenetti gang types of dudes, which is pretty cool. Even if I remember playing through Sly 3 in that section and I randomly died, which was really dumb for just jumping. It was a stupid glitch. But anyways, or even going into Don Octavio's house, going into police headquarters to talk to Dimitri, even if you didn't realize Dimitri was going to be there, but whatever. Like, and even just Murray's character arc in here. I am a huge Opera Fear defender, and I think that it's easily one of the best sections of Sly 3. So, yeah. Rumble Down Under, on the other hand, I mean, I've already mentioned Massacre Dark Earth is the dumbest thing in the world, but that's not the only problem with this area. When you're in the giant truck trying to crush all those scorpions, that is admittedly a bit of a pain in the ass. Also, something I forgot to mention in our original cut, controlling the claw. I don't know if I like or hate that claw. It just depends on my mood. Like, I don't know. It can be a bit janky. That said, though, there are still some cool sections in here, like going through the caves is both Sly and Murray. Fighting off all of those miners, fighting off all those guards in that lemonade bar, I think is pretty cool. Feeding the guards to the alligator is pretty cool. And well, this is obviously the area that introduces the guru, so using all of his powers is pretty awesome. So those are all cool. It's just, well, the vehicle sections, the Mask of Dark Earth, and well, the fact that the mask possesses Carmelita, and well, she grows like so big that it probably influenced a lot of Rule 34. Jesus Christ. It's just, that's some of the stuff that does bog it down. And also, it's just, I think location wise, it's probably my least favorite section of the game. That's just me though. It's just not as interesting as some of the other desert locales of the series. And then we got Flight of Fancy, which brings it back up to A. The dogfighting sections when you're in the plains alone brings it up pretty high. I love those sections so much. But even then, I actually really like the tower defense section where you're trying to defend the Cooper Plain, and then later on the Cooper Hangar. I actually really like those sections. Or even controlling the wolf, fighting off all those guards. Fighting Mugshot as Carmelita and Murray, I think is pretty cool. And again, just the vibes of this, basically, like, it obviously feeling like it's in World War One, even if it's set in the modern day. It's just the universe that the series is in. Like, I love that so much. I don't know, just for me personally, Flight of Fancy, like, I remember seeing some videos on YouTube saying that like there's like some people that do not like this area at all. You're wrong. This section's great. So I will admit, I think it's just the Black Baron, like, as like a persona, should have been a bit more prominent. I think that's kind of my issue with Flight of Fancy. So, and also admittedly the guards just aren't as interesting in this area, but I digress. Thankfully, Cold Alliance is absolutely amazing. It's easily the second best chapter in all, or second best episode in the entire series, behind a Tangled Web. a lot of people would put it as their favorite, which valid because again, this is another one that breaks the 4 chapter formula. It actually has 5 chapters this time. It's the only one that does that between Sly 2 and 3. And I think it works best because you don't even start off in the hub. You actually go into like a little side area to reach the Panda King before you go into the main hub proper. And I think that that's pretty cool. And again, just that dynamic between Sly and Panda King, where they, well, don't really have a dynamic, is really what sells this area, at least for me. And even just the different jobs. I already mentioned the grand operation. I mean, I will admit, using the RC car can be a little bit janky, but it's not something that it's super annoying. It's just a different style of movement that you had to kind of get used to after a while. And even then, like, I like a lot of those sections. I also like, messing around in Penelope's RC chopper, and even the, like, actually playing as the Panda King, where you get to blow up all those vampires. It's so memorable. And again, even just that 3rd chapter where you have to steal back your computer because it gets stolen by General Sal fucking somehow, and fighting him is such a memorable part of the game. So yeah, no, Cold Alliance I think is a absolutely fantastic section, and easily one of the best areas, I would argue, in gaming, period. So same thing with Tangled Web. And then we got Dead Men Tell No Tales. This actually used to be my favorite section of Sly 3, though you notice that it did kind of bump down a bit, but I still like the area. It's just, it has problems, specifically involving the fact that the hub area is very underutilized, which, I mean, to be fair, the hubs in Sly 3, they're not as interesting as the ones from Sly 2 or even Sly 4 because there are no clue bottles and there are no treasures for you to find. And so because of that, the Sly 3 hubs, unfortunately, don't really have much to do, which is unfortunate. They're still cool to explore. It's just they don't have all the little tidbits, but you especially feel it with the hub of this section. And it doesn't help that, like I said, they're like, you don't really, like, halfway, not even halfway through, like about 1/3 of the way in through this part of the game, you're already going out into the open seas, which, to be fair, that's the other half of this double-edged sword, is you actually go out into the open seas and fight a bunch of pirate ships, and that does make up for it, quite a bit, because that section is so cool. It predates the Assassin's Creed 3/4 Black Flag ship combat by like a good 8 to 9, 7 to 8 years, which again kind of showcases where the influence of Assassin's Creed come from. And it's so much fun. I know, like, people who say that area sucks, you're wrong. So, but yeah, no, I can at least understand some of the criticisms. Again, just the fact that Lafouille is kind of the hidden real main enemy of this area, and also the fact that the actual hub itself is very underutilized. But I still think it's a cool I still think it's a cool section in the game. And that's why I think I do put it above Predator Awakes. It's I can flip flop between both of these if I'm going to be honest. So it just depends on my mood. That said, though, Honor Among Thieves, again, unfortunately, continuing the long tradition of just, I'm not a big fan. Like, in comparison, I do find that the epilogues are weaker than the other parts of each of their respective games. And this is mostly just due to the fact that, again, it's just like Cold Heart of Hate. It's extremely linear. And it's not even really that long. It's only about like half an hour in total. I remember streaming it for only like 30, 40 minutes. So, and to be fair, it does have some really cool sections, specifically the last three missions in the game, where you're in the Cooper Vault and you're just doing a massive, just, final gauntlet challenge of, you taking all of the skills that you've learned from all three of the games and just going through this, giant kind of throwback platform section, kind of, even if it's a bit more, I guess, of a parkour section than just a strictly platform section. So there's that. And then the one that's after that, where it's just a giant, like, you fighting against massive, like, hordes of Dr. M's and, like, goons, and then eventually encountering him and trying to defeat him as both Bentley and Murray. And then the final boss with Dr. M, like, playing a Sly. It is probably the best 3 levels that you could have ended the game on. And that is definitely, actually, yeah, no, that, okay. Yeah, okay. Now that I think about it out loud, I think those 3 levels alone make it easily the best out of the, actually, it's just the best epilogue out of all the games, to be fair. So that alone makes it there. It's just the problem is that I just don't really like a lot of the beginning sections. I mean, the beginning of the end, it's a fine enough of an intro, not as cool as the one from Sly 2. But I mean, when you're playing as Dimitri in that, like, waterway, that area sucks. I'm just gonna be straight up. Um, and well, this is technically the final area where you play as yeah, like the first job in this area is the final one where you get to play as Carmelita, and it's just not as cool as the other times when you're playing as Carmelita. Same thing with the Guru. I don't know, it's just not as enjoyable. So that said, though, it is saved because of those last 3 jobs. I think those are like, thankfully you do fly around right before you do the gauntlet. Granted, it's not as good, in my opinion, as that, but still. Also, how the fuck does Dr. M get a giant, like, spider drone thing for his boss fight, even though he doesn't have that whenever he's encountering Bentley Murray? But whatever. Plot hole. Let's not think about that. Point is, at least was a good enough of a finale for Sly 3. And then we got the Sly 4 sections. So, yeah, this is where things get interesting. Because, again, I know there's a lot of people who hate Sly 4 for not really great reasons, because I actually do like most of the sections of this game. That said, though, if I had to rank these sections, I would put Turning Japanese right in the middle. But Go West Young Raccoon, I'm putting that in A tier. Clan of the Cave, I'm putting that, I think, above Rumble Down Under. So, like, still in C tier, but still good. And then I've seen a bunch of different placements for Of Mice and Mechs. I'm actually going to put it also in A tier. And this is going to surprise some people. 40 Thieves in S. And then the Paris levels of Sly 4, so the prologue and epilogue, I'm just going to put that in D tier. So, Turning Japanese, I think it's a fine sort of intro section for Sly 4. Granted, I know some people have problems with Sly 4 in that even though that there's hub areas, you do like you don't like you do each job back to back rather than you do a certain section and you get to choose. I never really had that problem because, well, I already mentioned for the briefings, like, yeah, there's different briefings. And I just remember just always doing the briefing that happens first and then doing the one like after that, and then like pretty much just doing them in order in which the briefings are done, unless if it's like I can't do it in the case of like trying to get the garbage down before taking out the chopper and starting an encounter. Um, so I never really had a problem with the fact that Sly 4 um was a lot more like a bit more like linear as far as the jobs were concerned as far as tackling them. And I mean, you're talking to someone whose favorite Ratchet and Clank game is Up Your Arsenal, and you know, people complain, oh, they got rid of the exploration of the first two games. Okay, but like it made up for that for better gameplay. So that's how I see Sly. Like I never really had a problem with that with Sly 4. That said, though, turning Japanese, um, it's a decent intro. I will admit with Sly 4, I just wish that there were more jobs than there were. Like maybe just one or two more in each section. So that I will criticize, you know, the Sly 4 areas for. That said, though, this area is fine. I like sneaking into the sushi shop as well as the geisha house. Um, I like using the disguise to get through the prison. Those are pretty cool sections. The fishing section, though, that's kind of where it bogged down, at least for me. Also, using the little RC car got a bit annoying. And I already mentioned El Jefe's just kind of leaves no impact. So, that said, though, the pros and the cons do kind of balance out each other, and so that's kind of where it's in. That's kind of why it's closer to the middle. Go West Young Raccoon though, A tier. This has some of the best sections in the entire series. I mean, a lot of people. I've already mentioned this. This is basically just if you want to play a furry version of Red Dead Redemption, but like condensed. This is basically that. This entire section is pretty much just that whole concept, and well, you definitely feel it. And I love a lot of the sections that are in this. So, like for example, going through the mine where you're playing as Tennessee and you get your gun, easily, debatably the best job in the entire game. It's so much fun. Even going through the saloon and sneaking around all the guards there, or also playing as Carmelita on the boat where she has to work with Tennessee. I think that's a pretty cool section. Or even the train heist as the operation. So there's some cool sections in here. Hell, even breaking out of prison was pretty fun. So that said, though, it is a little bit goofy that Sly was arrested for just doing the most bare minimum stuff that you could do. I mean, I guess it's technically vandalism, but it's like, what the hell? He could have done a lot worse. So that's kind of why it's an A tier. Oh, and also Toothpick's voice. So that said, though, it's cool area. Clan of the Cave. This one's weird because, again, it has a lot of faults. A lot of faults. Again, like the Bob training section, I don't think I was a really big fan of. Again, how they handled Murray was also just kind of awkward. Or even the pterodactyl cliff section is a bit whack. That said, though, I mean, I like the Grizz, I like the guards. I also like some of the areas. Like, I like some of the other missions, like trailing the Grizz, or the operation where you're in the volcano, going into that arena thing where you're inside that giant crown building, I'm assuming it's an arena, and then going into like the caves where you're playing as Bentley in a stealth section, which that's a really cool change of pace as far as doing the stealth in the game. That's something that I actually do really like. So, and I think overall, I think I do like the mission structure a bit more than Rumble Down Under, although admittedly, I can flip flop all three of these down here. If I'm gonna be truthful with you guys, they're not bad sections. It's just, in comparison, I'd say they're probably like the weakest, like some of the weaker sections of their respective games. So I know some people who would put this as like one of the worst sections in the entire series, but nothing can be as bad as Down Home Cooking in Piranha Lake. Like, I love Sly 1, but it has massive, massive problems. So, of Mice and Mechs, that one's weird because I've seen some people put it as like the worst section of Sly 4 because of the Penelope stuff, but also like the best section of Sly 4. I don't know if I'd put it that high. Thematically, it's amazing, being set in like the Middle Ages and having some like really cool looking guards in there, like to boot. And even some absolutely fantastic levels, like going through the circus as Sly, like that circus tent to free Sir Galeth, is so cool. Sorry, or even sorry, my throat is fucking hurting. Goddamn. Or even going into the different shops throughout town, originally at first to try to get some items, but then trashing those places later on, I really like. Or even the actual boss fight of the Black Knight, or at least, okay, the first half. The first half I think is actually fantastic. Second half is whatever. Or even like going into the blacksmith shop, where, well, that is where the big reveal came from. But yeah, no, or even, like I said, fighting off the moat monster in that cave. So overall, I would definitely say that there are definitely cool sections. It's just because of the controversial stuff, I don't want to put super high. That, and also, that is a bit lame that to give Sir Galeth an ability that they nerfed Sly's, lunging off of wall hooks. That is a little bit lame. But other than that, I think it's good. And yeah, no. 40 Thieves, I think, is the best section of Sly 4, which I know that might be a weird choice, but here's the thing. I already talked about it in the stream, but I am a bit biased when it comes to like this setting of the world, and so naturally it's going to be a pretty high placement. But I would even argue that 40 Thieves have some of the best sections in the entire series as far as like jobs. Like, I like for example, the recon section of this, where you have like the thermal imaging in your camera, I think is actually a pretty cool and unique way in which they handled that. Or even trailing La Paradox and Miss Decibel. I mean, any of those types of missions, I always pretty much like when you're just eavesdropping. Like, I know some people hate those sections. I don't, because I like those sections. Or even with things such as going into like the caves where you have to play as Sly and Murray, and they have to like team up together in different parts of that section. Or going into the carpet shop where you have to free, well, to be fair, you're freeing a bunch of Salim's friends, but like you also have to free one of his friends from that. Or going into the library with Miss Decibel and planting a bunch of bugs in there. Like, those, I think, are some really cool sections. Yes, I am well aware, though, that like this is the section that does include the Carmelita belly dance sequence, which I know that is like probably the most controversial, or the second most controversial part of this game. I am well aware of that. But like the operation itself, even like putting that aside, I do think is a good operation. Um, and like I said, it does have the best boss fight in the game. And again, I'm just a sucker for this area in general, anyways. So I'm biased, but I do think, unironically, it is a cool section. So that said, though, yeah, Paris in Sly 4. I mean, the first, like, the prologue section is good enough. I think is a good intro. You know, I even argue it's actually better than the one from Sly 1, though it's not as good as the one from Sly 2. That's a fact. It's just, unfortunately, the final area. It's not so much the final level that's a problem. It's the boss fight. It's because of what it represents as to why I'm putting that section here. It's because of what it represents is what I don't like. You know? Because we could have gotten like a sequel or at least a DLC to kind of wrap up, this loose story thread. And the fact that that never happened, I think, is unfortunately why this game is as hated as it is. Granted, it is not Sanzaru's fault. It just, because they wanted to make a sequel, because people wanted more sequels. It's just, unfortunately, the game didn't sell enough copies for them to make a sequel or even a DLC. And so Sony didn't think that it mattered. And that's sad because, because of the cliffhanger ending. So that said, though, I am still at least glad that Sly 4 exists because there are still some good sections of the game. Like, I'd say, yeah, most of the sections here are still good, gameplay wise at least. It's just unfortunate that what happened with circumstances. So, and like I said, that La Paradox boss fight is just, even as someone who is a Sly 4 defender, I can't defend that. It's just a QTE sequence. So, but anyways, so yeah, that's the episodes. Now let's get into the guards. Although before we do that specifically, I am just gonna get a drink because my throat fucking hurts. Goddamn. Let's grab something from the mini fridge. So, and yes, I am well aware that I have not grabbed lunch yet. Don't worry. After the stream, I'm gonna grab some food. So, fret not. I will say though, if I end up doing more streams in the future, I'm probably gonna have to do it in the morning or the afternoon, because I kind of realized that there really isn't that much going on out there. I'm sorry, it's just, I don't want to talk shit about anyone because like that makes me look like an asshole. It's just, it has admittedly been a bit of a rough month for me, so, which is why I haven't really been streaming that much. So I do apologize for that. It's just, it's been pretty rough with some stuff that I really don't want to talk about. I might talk about it in a future stream, but goddamn, has it just been kind of, it's been a lot more of a rough transition getting into this apartment than I thought. So, but let's not necessarily worry about that right now. Actually, okay, I think I do need to go to the restroom, so I think I'll be like right back. Alright, I'm back. So, yeah, sorry, just needed to go to the restroom for a second. But yeah, let's talk about the guards. So, and looks like okay, it looks like it's probably going to be around the same amount of time as the original cut. So, that's good. That said though, I am still just going to only talk about guards if I really, really want to talk about them. Because, I mean, look, there's more guards than there even are characters, and I'm even counting all of like the non-named mini bosses on here. So yeah, this is certainly going to be a list. So, and again, I wanted to have this section of like this episode here because I'm going to be honest, I see the guards as a core aspect of Sly Cooper, because you know how with stuff like Mario, where there's very iconic enemies and that, such as the Goombas and the Koopas. I kind of see that as the same thing with games like Sly Cooper and Ratchet and Clank, or hell, I mean, Doom, Quake, Halo. Those enemies in those games are pretty iconic with their games respectively as well, and add to the character of those games. And I see the same thing with Sly Cooper. And there's some characters here that, as I've already mentioned earlier, whenever I made a bunch of like fan fictions about Sly Cooper, a lot of these guards were kind of tied to that as well, as like main enemy forces. So yeah, and admittedly, there's some cool cards that like I just think just look badass. So, and well, I guess kind of as like a tiering of this. So A and S tier are definitely guards that like I would definitely hire. B tier is like they're kind of cool, but I don't know if they would be like a top tier guard for me to hire. C tier, whatever. D tier I'm not a fan of, and then F is just no. So I guess that's kind of the baseline that we've got here. Though I think I like the designs of these characters more than dislike, so. But anyways, as you can see, I also have them aligned to how I had the episodes lined up, so yeah, but anyways, let's get into this. So, oh yeah, sorry. Alright, so the Tide of Terror guards, so these are Raleigh's forces. I mean, oh, and by the way, yes, I'm well aware that the Sly 1 guards do actually have names, but I'm only gonna say their names if like it's kind of important. So, but yeah, the Mallet Walruses, B tier, the Throwing Star, literal Throwing Star Walruses, I'll put them in A tier. The Pyro Walruses, C tier. The Belly Floppered ones, C tier. And then these guys, these squid guys, F. And these crabs also F. So, I mean, obviously these three are just reskins of each other. I guess I just like this one because I think like he's the first enemy that you encounter, so I'm not going to be harsh on him. And even then, I think he looks good enough as like your first enemy. That said, though, these other guards, they're just kind of reskins, but I just don't really care about their attacks. Oh, by the way, I did also forget to mention, the Sly 1 and Sly 4 guards, they do taunt you if they manage to hit you. The Sly 2 and 3 guards don't do that, which is interesting. Just a bit of an interesting little tidbit. So, because that's not something that's on any of the Sly Cooper wikis that I read. So, that's something that you guys get to learn from here. So, haha. But that said, though, I mean, this guy hits you with a mallet. This guy breathes fire at you. This guy belly flops / thunder flops on you. They're just kind of whatever. This guy, I think, is the coolest looking. And he throws literal stars at you. They're not throwing stars. They're not throwing knives. They are literal stars that he throws, which is really funny. But also, like, he somehow looks pretty badass. So I'll give him that. That said, though, what the fuck were they thinking with this flashlight guard design? This is the first flashlight guard, and this is what it looks like. I mean, it doesn't help that his ranged attack is him spitting on you, which is gross. Which, here's another fun fact about the Sly 1 flashlight guards. Um, all of the flashlight guards who have an attack, they, like, the moment that they start shooting, their attack will, like, home in on you. Which, yes, even includes this guy's spit, which I don't get. How the fuck can spit home on you? It's bizarre. So, and it's gross, and you look stupid. And then, yes, I have the crabs from that freaking submarine section only because I hate these fuckers so much because of the fact that they can steal your treasure way too fucking easily. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. So. Alright, and then we've got ourselves the Mesa City guards. So we've got this pit bull who... Wait, I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, I did put him in B tier. Bulldog, D tier. He's whatever. The I don't even know what type of dog. It's this blue jailbird dog. C tier. He's fine. Ink Spot Jackson, the Dalmatian. Yes, the one I actually am gonna name, and I'm gonna talk about. I'm gonna go more in depth on him later. A tier, and then Vinny the Pincher, the Doberman Pinscher, A tier. So, I mean, okay, these pit bulls are hilarious because, and here's the thing: usually I'm not the type of person who likes goofy stuff. I like to take my media seriously. That said, though, sometimes you want to have something goofy, and the fact that like the way in which these guys move and attack. This is verbatim how they move. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. This is literally what they do. And it's great. So that makes up for, you know, the fact that they're like super like macho looking, which is not a type of guard that I preferred, but he makes up for that, and it's pretty funny. Also, his taunting is just him throwing this up to grab, but it just hits him. And when you're in the Murray section, it just kills him. So, but yeah, no, or it kills. Yeah, whatever. It's great. That's all you know. These bulldogs, I just don't really care for as much. I mean, it's just a guard dog. You know, and also interesting fun fact that this is the first guard that is also the same species as one of the bosses in the series, which just so happens to also be the boss of this area, because yes, that is a bulldog, which leads into a bunch of other questions on, you know, how are there like literal animals and then anthro animals of the same species, but let's not think about that. But it's just whatever. And then, I mean, this jailbird, he's just fine, I guess. He serves his purpose as being like, you know, a crook. He apparently hates Coopers according to the Binocucom bio, which is like gross. But whatever. And then we've got ourselves Ink Spot Jackson, the Dalmatian with playing cards. So I'm gonna go in depth on this one. So originally, Saimori, friend of the channel, was originally gonna join me on this tier list, but unfortunately his schedule has gotten completely fucked over, which I'll talk about at the end of the stream. But he has beef with Ink Spot Jackson. He is an Ink Spot Jackson hater because last year I was in his streams whenever he was playing through Sly 1, because, you know, he knows that, you know, Sly was my favorite series of all time, so he had me join in on his escapades. And I remember every time, like, he went up against him, like, he kept on getting hit by this guy's playing cards, because that's how he attacks. You know, he just throws out playing cards at you. And he got so annoyed by that. And it doesn't help that this Dalmatian guard, I think, is the second most frequent guard in Mugshot's area. And so every time he kept popping up, So I would just get more and more annoyed. And it basically became a running gag between him and I that, you know, he hates Inkspot Jackson. So, which is pretty funny. That said, though, I actually do unironically think his design is pretty cool. You know, just sort of this like gangster Dalmatian looking dude. So I think he looks pretty cool. And it's unique that he uses playing cards as like the way in which he attacks. He throws a full ass deck at you. He plays 52 card pickup, except the cards are going towards you. So, so that's insane. And like I said, he looks cool. And then we've got ourselves these Doberman pinchers, which these guys also I think look really cool. Granted, the one thing that does suck about them is I already mentioned the homing thing. These guys shoot 3 bursts, which means that even if you throw down a decoy on them and they shoot at it, like even if they destroy that, the other 2 shots will still home at you, which is really stupid and kind of annoying. But I mean, it's made up for the fact that he does kind of fuck with his design, and I do like that. So yeah. So yeah, no, I do really like actually yeah. Yeah, I think that's about right. That said though, time to showcase how much of a vicious voodoo hater I am again, because we've got 7 enemies. Which I will say, the fact that like there's 6 normal enemies in this area, it's like, why are there that many? I mean, Raleigh, Panda King, and Mugshot, they only have 5 regular enemies. I mean, yeah, these guys technically exist, but only in one section. The fact that there's 6, that's a bit much. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't like most of them. As a matter of fact, yeah, Mosquito, F. Spider, D. Swamp Monster, F. Flaming turtle thing, D. This ghost thing, D. And I'm just gonna put this Rooster in fucking F tier. This is the worst fucking guard in the entire fucking series. And then, that said though, these water rats are like the only ones I kind of like B tier. So yeah, no, again, I am a vicious voodoo hater. And unfortunately, part of that is because of the guards. Because I don't like most of these guards. I mean, I hate mosquitoes. I absolutely despise mosquitoes. And this is probably the game that got me... it probably started my fear of like wasps and mosquitoes. Because I hate this fucking thing. I hate this thing so fucking much. Oh my god. I hate mosquitoes. And it's just... No. As for the spider, it's not that like I'm scared of the spider, it's just more so the fact that it just is a bit too generic. And also, I think it's the only guard in a regular area, alongside with these ghosts, that don't actually taunt you whenever like it hits you. Yeah, it doesn't even like, you know, bungee jump on its like black web thing. I don't fucking know. It's a weird guard, and again, the fact that it's stationary doesn't really help either. It's a bizarre thing. Also, these swamp monsters, what the fuck? I mean, I know that like obviously this is where we start showcasing that there are supernatural elements in the Sly Cooper world, but like, why is there a swamp monster that's like a normal guard? Again, this is not a flashlight guard. This isn't even like an enemy in one section, because this thing is huge. No, this is a normal guard that just kind of stands around. But he looks so dumb. I mean, I will give him this. It's interesting that if you hit him once, he doesn't actually die. He splits into 2 different enemies. But like that then leads into some annoying shit. So it's like, it's so dumb. I'm sorry, I just don't like him. So, and then yeah, as you see, we've got some undead guys as well. We've got ourselves these. We've got these ghost rats, and then we've got the which come from gravestones, and then we've got these flaming skeleton turtles. Which, by the way, that I think this is the only guard that is the same species as one of the members of the Cooper gang, which is, I guess I don't know how much of a dilemma that is for Bentley, but I digress. So, and also, when you get close to this guy, he becomes afraid of you, which is weird, because, I mean, these two guys, if you get close to them, they will still try to kill you. I don't know what that's all about, but I don't know. It's just, and also it's just weird that he throws his heads at you only for him to grow them. It's just, it's weird. I don't get it. These ghost rats, I don't really care for as much either. I mean, I don't really... They don't even look scary. They just look kind of dumb. So... And, I mean... These things are also kind of weird because... Yeah, they're technically a regular enemy because they're in the graveyard section of Vicious Voodoo, as well as in the... Like, when you're in, like, the... You know, the moving turret as Sly. They're kind of weird because they come from, like, they're technically like a spawner enemy. They come from, like, gravestones, which act as a spawner for these guys. So, which, I mean, that is admittedly clever. I will give the game that. But, I don't know, it's just kind of weird. They also don't even have a name. They're the only enemy in the game other than, like, okay, they're the only normal enemy in the game that don't have, like, a name. So, yeah. That said, though, fuck these roosters. Again, they're from Down Home Cooking, which is literally the worst section in the game. So, I don't think I'm gonna really, like, specify exactly why I hate them. All you need to know is just go watch footage of that job, and you'll know exactly why I hate these motherfuckers. So even whenever I was in with Saimori, even he was like, yeah, no, I see why you hate them. They're so stupid. So, yeah. That said, though, the only guard that I actually, unironically, do think actually does kind of look cool are these, water rats. So, are, like, again, and this is kind of where I kind of mentioned, like, the whole coven / cult thing with Miss Ruby. It's because of these guys. I mean, they're kind of goofy looking with that candle that's on top of their head. But I don't know, they're fine. So definitely not like a guard that I would hire, but they're cool looking at least. So I'll give them that. And then we got ourselves Panda King's guards. And, well, this is where things get interesting, because, well... I mean, I already said it on the Osh, or Sai's stream about one of these guards, but we'll talk about it. So, the Mandrill. A tier. The Ape. No. F. Horrible fucking person. These regular monkeys, I guess I'll put them in, like, B tier? Yeah. The gorillas, I actually think they look cool, A tier. And then, well, the chimpanzees. Okay, let's start off with mandrills. I think the mandrills look cool. I mean, yeah, they're a very, very, very basic enemy to, like, go up against, but I think they look cool and they have some pretty cool attacks. So, yeah, that's all I gotta really say. So that said, though, these apes, no, horrible people. Like, they're another ranged enemy, but the thing is that their range enemy is this child. They literally use a catapult that launches that child and, like, tries to kill Sly with it. And sometimes they are even seen throwing, like, just launching their fucking childs down fucking cliffs. Horrible, horrible fucking parent. Horrible people. So, yeah, no, I'm a fucking Andre hater. Yeah, they're called Andre. Horrible, horrible people. So, yeah. And I think I remember mentioning that in Sai's stream. So, yeah, no. Horrible. Also, they are scared of you whenever you get close to them, which they should be because I will fucking kick their ass next time they throw a goddamn child against a goddamn cliff. Horrible. So, that said, though, these monkey guards, they're fine. They kind of, it's weird because they don't actually attack Sly directly, or at least not in like the normal levels, because they're in the Flaming Temple of Flame, but they don't actually attack Sly. They're just kind of stationary enemies, I guess. If you get like on top of them, they like their nunchucks will hurt you, but they're not actively attacking you. So they only actively attack whenever you're either in the turret section or you're, well, in both the turret sections, I guess, technically speaking. So, but they're still cool. So I think their design, it's basic, but it works. And then these gorillas, which, by the way, this name is General So. Yes, not to be confused with General Sao. Two completely different characters. He just looks cool. He's my favorite flashlight guard in Sly 1. Again, I'm much more into like the more cultural, like warrior look for like guards, as you'll see later down the line. And the fact that this man throws a sword at you as his range attack is pretty cool. Even if, you know, it's weird that he, as a taunt, he puts the sword in his mouth. It's like you're a dumbass. Mm. But yeah, no, I think that these guys look cool. And then we've got ourselves the chimpanzee guards. Chow Mei is their name. So, I mean, fine, I'll admit it. I even said in the Saimori stream that I did think that they kind of looked cute. So, again, you're talking to someone who's polyamorous, so, like, I'm pretty much, like, into, like, a bunch of my women. So, even just putting that aside, though, I do think that they do look pretty cool. Obviously, like, you know, kung fu fighter sort of look that they've got going on. It is kind of cute seeing them, like, as they're taunt, they just kind of giggle in embarrassment. But, you know. God. There's something wrong with me. God damn it. I don't know. I'm a weirdo. So, but yeah, let's not get too tied up with her. Anyways, let's talk about Clockwork Guards, which, I mean, they're whatever, you know. I mean, okay, sorry. I did save the original, like, cut of, like, my tier list. I have it pulled up right here. Where did I put the Robo Falcons? Oh, C tier? I mean, I guess it's, they're just annoying. They look cool, but they're just annoying to like hit because, you know, they appear in like the turret sections of Cold Heart of Hate. They're just annoying to fight. I think that's my issue with them. That said, though, these fire slugs, F. These things are stupid looking. I'm sorry that I have to be the bearer of the truth. Those things are stupid looking. So, no thank you. Alright, so those are the Sly 1 guards. Dang, I see, I feel bad for putting a bunch of these guards in like the lower tiers. It's just they did get better as far as like guard designs for the most part. I mean, it was a rough draft, and I still love Sly 1. It's just they just didn't nail it for like one particular area. So, That said, though, let's get into Sly 2's guards. So Shadow of the Past technically does have a guard. There's these pig guards that walk around, but they don't really do anything. And well, as you can probably tell, they're police, which, haha, the police, the cops are pigs. Get it? So, I mean, they're whatever, I guess. I don't really care about them if I'm gonna be honest. I mean, they actually do technically appear in Sly 1, but in like the cutscenes. But again, they don't really do anything. They're just sort of background. They were originally going to be like guards, but that got cut. So that's interesting. All right, that leads us into the pretty much what I'm going to call the archetypes of pretty much every single game from this point onwards. So pretty much from Black Chateau onwards, there's going to be your three main guards, and then maybe occasionally like a fourth side guard if you're lucky. So although in Sly 2's case there are, like for most of the areas, there are four guards. But something that I have noticed over the years is that the guards are supposed to be like the there's I guess they're supposed to be like sort of not necessarily rivals, but just kind of what's the it's gonna fucking annoy me whenever I find out about the term if I don't figure it out now. But basically, um okay, I'm just gonna Google it right now. The synonyms for I guess, yeah, parallel, adverse. I guess parallel. Yeah, I guess like I guess parallel. It's not the exact word I was looking for, but basically, I've noticed that the Sly 2, 3, and 4 guards, they purposely parallel the Cooper gang. So, for example, this for Dimitri's guards, we have this rat who's paralleling like Sly, this frog for Bentley, and then this warhog for Murray, which I find to be kind of an interesting way in which they handled all of the rooftop guards from this point onwards. And I even kind of like aligned that a little bit. So it's typically, the smaller guards are like the um parallels to Bentley, the flashlight guards for Murray, and then the sort of medium-sized guards are for Sly. So I kind of find that to be interesting, and that's even tied into some of the gameplay for some of these guards. So, and I tried to line this up as much as I could as far as like the alignments. So, but anyways, enough weird, interesting things I've noticed. Let's move on and talk about the guards from Sly 2, or the rest of the guards. So, Black Chateau guards. Oh, and there's also these guys. These rats, I put them in A tier. The frogs, I'm gonna put them in C tier. The warthogs, B tier. And I feel bad for putting these mice here, but D tier. I feel bad. But let's explain. So I think the rats and the warthogs are easily, like, along with Black Chateau, are like the most iconic enemies from Sly Cooper. But as far as like these rats are concerned, I think they look cool. They have like a very stereotypical French look. And here's the other thing that is interesting is that in Sly 2, a lot of the guards have variants between each other. So the Sly parallel guards, they typically have like 3 variants between them, and then the ones that are parallel to Bentley, they have 2. So these rats, there's the ones with the batons, there's the ones with the grenades, and then there's the ones who just jump up and like stomp on you. I mean, I think all 3, like they're the same model, they just have different weapons/attacks. And I mean, I think they're all pretty cool in their regard, and I really like the sort of design that they've got going for them. So I think they're pretty cool. That said, though, these frogs, I mean, I don't know, they just don't really look as cool to me. Although to be fair, I'd probably put them above them, and I'd even probably put the Warhogs right there. And then, yeah. So, I don't know, the frogs, and for the smaller guards, typically they have a normal version and then one with one of those like one of those amplifiers so that they can call for reinforcements. This, like, if they don't have the amplifier, they just try to punch you. And then, well, these guys, you know, as their second attack, they just lash out their tongue. It's kind of weird looking, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't even know how you do that. But they're fine, so. And then, of course, the Warhogs. Like I said, the most iconic flashlight guard, I think, in the entire series. I mean, they look cool. I will admit, there's just a little bit too much blue on them. Like, I love blue, it's my favorite color, but, like, why is he, there's the Warhog himself blue? So, I do like his revolver thing, though. God damn, I don't know what's going on out there. And again, they're just kind of cool overall. Not my favorite guards, but they look cool. All right. Oh, and then also, we also have these janitor guards, which I feel bad for putting them this low because I know the story behind them. So they were originally made for like a kids contest of guard designs, and the winner of that was able to have their design in game. And I feel bad because it's like I can tell that it was made by a child with this design, because it just doesn't look, I don't know, it just doesn't look that interesting to me. So it reuses the same animations as this baboon guard, which we'll get into a second, which I guess doesn't really help things. So I don't know, it's just not really my jam. All right, let's move on to the India guards. So, which again, the parallels, Sly, Bentley, Murray, and then whatever. So I actually really like the India guards. So I'm actually gonna put it as, yeah, these baboons I'm gonna put in A tier. These ibexes, yes, those are ibexes. I'm gonna put them, I originally had them in B tier in the original cut. I actually think they're gonna be in A tier. These rhinos are S tier easily. And these snakes are A tier as well. The elephants that are roaming around, A tier. And then any sort of like vehicle, or most of the vehicles, I'm just gonna put them in C tier. Yes, I count the helicopters, the fucking Jeep that you bomb, and even like these bombs here, that appear in Predator Wakes. Though they're going in F because these things are annoying. But yeah, no, I like the entourage of guards in the India levels. I think they all look cool. So I'd say, yeah, I like these guys even more than most other guards. And there's 3 versions of these guys. There's the ones with the one tipped spear who just lunge at you. And then there's the ones with the 2 bladed spears. I think it's either a spear or a glaive, where they just slide down. And then there's the ones that have a torch where they just blow fire through it. And like I said, they all look cool. So, and then these ibexes here, I originally put them in B tier, but I think thinking about it, they're actually cooler than I gave them credit. And like I said, there's 2 variants of them. There's the ones with these little like daggers that like try to hit you, and then there's the ones that have like the amplifier, but then they try to, like, I guess, crush you in. It's kind of hard to describe what they do. These goats do the same thing, which we'll talk about them later. But it's bizarre, but like they're still cool looking. Oh, and also, these guys tend to throw up like little laser drones, which is interesting for them, but you know. And then we've got these rhinos. I think these guys are some of the coolest looking guards in the entire series. So they're a flashlight guard. They also throw swords like the gorillas from Slide 1. And they're just really cool. Like, again, I'm biased because I really like this sort of aesthetic. So, and they just look so cool. It is interesting though, thinking just how many swords do they have that they're throwing that many. But let's not think about that question. So, but they do look cool. The snakes from Sly 2, I like them. Thankfully, unlike the ones from Sly 4, if you hit them, they will just straight up be gone. Which is good. So they appear in like, yeah, either these little baskets or they appear in the grass in some of the more jungly areas. And again, they're just kind of more of a stationary enemy, but still a threat nonetheless. And then these elephants. So these are technically like moving spawners. I will admit, it does make me question how many. Basically, okay, if you get into like the spotlights of one of these things, basically like one of these baboon guards will come out of it, which does make me question, like, because I've done this plenty of times where like I would just keep purposely spawning in a bunch of these guys in, and it's like it gets to a point where it's like, how many of these fucking baboons are inside of this like circus ass tent thing on top of this elephant? I know like you're not meant to think about it, but that does, it's like the one thing that is kind of dumb, but whatever, they're still cool regardless. And then, as I already mentioned, I mean, just the more like general vehicle things I'm just whatever about. You know, they're just more so just kind of fill up their thing or whatever. So that's what these helicopters and these jeeps are about. That's that though. Fuck these bombs. They're the one part of that operation that is annoying because you can't let one of them touch Murray, otherwise he's dead, and it's so annoying trying to like destroy them all. No. All right. I think that leads us. Yeah, that leads us into the guards from Prague, which there's actually a lot more than you would, or at least like a lot more enemies than you would have thought in the Prague sections. So these wolves, S tier. As a matter of fact, they were my favorite guard for the longest time. These bats, also S tier. These vultures, A tier. Although admittedly these spiders I don't really care for all that much. But these tanks, they're actually some of the few vehicle enemies that I actually think are kind of cool. Both variants, actually. Yeah, B tier. The planes from Sly 2, though, C tier. Yeah, bet you forgot that, like, Crusher was technically in Sly 2, even though it's probably not Crusher, it's something else. But yeah, the tentacle arms, D tier. And then these ghosts from, like, that one level, Ghost Capture, I'll just put them in C tier, even though they're technically not a guard, but whatever. I had nowhere else to put them. So, yeah, oh yeah, Sly, Bentley, Murray, obviously. But, yeah, no. These werewolves, or wolves, I guess, these were my favorite Sly Cooper enemy for the longest time. And it was for multiple reasons. Number one, they were the foil. That's what I was thinking. They're the foil to Sly. Not just as far as, like, you know, the comparisons, but literally through attacks. Because, granted, this is the only area where the guards that are, like, a foil between the Cooper gang, there's not actually, like, physical variants of them. So all the werewolves, they have the same, like, Morningstar weapon. But they have like some of the same attacks as Sly, where they have an uppercut, they have like a whirl attack, even if it's like doing like that instead of just the whole natural thing, so you never get hit by that, or even like a lower cut attack. So I find that to be interesting. Also, they spawn these motherfuckers, which we'll get to later, which is admittedly kind of gross. But so yeah, this is reason number one. Reason number two, I mean, yes, I've liked these guys, like these wolf characters, even before a certain other wolf came into my life a good 16 years prior. So I don't know. And then number three, and this is where things kind of tie into what I was talking about with the Contessa and the whole like brainwashing thing. So here's something that I've noticed about both Jailbreak and A Tangled Web. These are easily the most prominent guards in like the Contessa's areas, without a doubt. And that made me question, wait, why are there so many like wolf characters? Because you see them, like obviously, you see them all over both the prison and the castle. I mean, they're literal statues of them, and they can hide inside the statues. They're also inside the cells alongside Murray. Okay. And, well, even whenever you're in the cell block as Sly, they also still appear in those cell blocks, inside of the cells themselves. Okay. And then they also appear in numerous quantities in the crypts where Bentley fights hordes of these guys. And they're also the enemies. They're also in two of the three crypt areas where Sly goes to, as far as like him going into trying to like frame or trying to like trick Neela's guards. And there's even a evil wolf priestess crypt where a bunch of these ghosts reside. And even two of these guys in the blimp that Sly and Bentley steal. There are so many of these goddamn wolves that it makes me wonder, and keep in mind as well, and this is something that is established in the first job of Jailbreak, when Bentley is eavesdropping on the Contessa, is that she she purposely hypnotizes all of the all the criminals so that she can find out where their loot are from. But where do those criminals go? And on top of that, I don't know if you noticed, but if we zoom in on the wolves' eyes, they're completely red. I mean, to be fair, the bats have like, their eyes are a bit red as well, but like I'm pretty sure those are pupils. Those aren't like their entire eye. And those vultures, they have normal eyes. So I have a bit of a theory that those wolves are actually they were originally inmates that were at the prison that the Contessa brainwashed, and that basically she turned them into werewolves, into serving as like this massive army that she has. Which I know that's like out there, but like it makes you really question. It's like, why are there so many wolves in like so many like things involving wolves in our area? Not to mention, where the hell do all the prisoners go? So, and also, and one more thing, keep in mind, notice also, usually like what I consider to be like the foils for like Sly compared to the other guards, they tend to have a different uniform compared to the other guards. Like notice how like these, like for example, in the Paris French Rats, they have a different outfit compared to obviously the more like, organized look and obvious bodyguard look of like these frogs and warthogs. It's kind of the same thing, because that looks like that almost looks like it could be some sort of inmate garb, because these vultures and these bats, they have more torn attire. But these guys look more like inmates. So I'm just saying they might actually be, they might have been like brainwashed in serving in this massive army. So that's and because of all three of those reasons and the tangled web thing, I did feature them prominently in my fanfiction as a kid. So that's kind of why, like, I find them to be probably the most fascinating guards on this entire list because of the implications. So I just find them to be pretty cool in those regards. That said, though, I know I went on that whole spiel, but we gotta move forward. So, as far as the other guards, I mean, the bats, I think they look absolutely fucking fantastic. They fit the areas so well. And of course, General Clawfoot being a bit of a meme character, which I know I didn't add him into the actual characters, but he's just a reskin of these guys. I think these guys are like really cool. Again, kind of just a reskin of the frog slash ibexes, except they don't actually have one of those horn things. They just use their echolocation to call for reinforcements, and their second attack is them just flying at you with their teeth, and it's kind of terrifying. So, yeah. But yeah, they'll absolutely like peak design. And then yeah, these vultures. These vultures look really cool. They're all the Shadow Guard variants, although you never fight them. They look cool. Yeah, these guys look cool. It's kind of interesting that they carry their like crossbows on their feet in game, but in the cutscenes they actually hold them in their wings. That's interesting. But definitely like an intimidating looking like foe, and also fit the areas pretty well. So yeah, yes, serving as like the enforcers for the werewolves for sure. That said, though, these little spider enemies, even though like they're definitely very fitting of the area, um, I just this might sound weird. I actually prefer them less than the ones from Sly 1, but that's simply because these things are really fucking annoying to try to hit. They're so small. So, and it doesn't help that there's the exploding variants, which I guess is kind of representative of this one, although this is like a huge, larger variant that you fight. That is like the final part of Jailbreak, but it's, I don't know. They're just, no thank you. um, That said, I do like these tanks. I do like, yeah, there's two different tanks. There's these more World War One looking tanks that work for the Contessa, and then there's these Soviet looking tanks that work for Nila. I never actually tried it, but I really want to see if these tanks attack any of the guards if you bring them closer to like them, because these work for Nila, and obviously these are like the guards that work for the Contessa, including these tanks. So I want to see if I can do a little bit of myth busting on my own time, which I think would be pretty interesting. Um, as far as like these planes though, I mean, they're okay. They are a little bit annoying because they drop bombs like whenever you're nearby the castle once you get these guys unlocked. They're annoying, but whatever. And then yeah, why the fuck are there like why are there a sea monster in the sewers? Yeah, you guys probably forgot. There's these giant tentacles that exist in like the sewer parts of the crypts. In the second half of Tangled Web. It's weird, it's bizarre. I don't get it. And then as for these ghosts here, I mean they're technically not enemies. They don't even like hurt you when you get near them. They're just really there for the ghost capturing mission. That's all they're really there for. You know. But I didn't know where to put them. Alright, let's move on to the Canada guards. So obviously Sly, Bentley, Murray, and then whatever. So I actually think I like these guys more than like I. Oh, whatever. All right, these geese, I'll put them in B tier. These goats, I'll put them in A tier. These motherfucking meese, the moose, I'm putting them in S tier. These moles though, D. I think most people forget these guys exist as well. And whatever. And then yeah, grizzly bears C tier. These eagles F. This truck C tier. These little drones D tier. Same thing with like the tank drones. Yes, we're going this deep. But yeah, okay. So these geese, there's three variants of them. There's the ones with the shovels, and I'm assuming what's concrete, which makes sense because they look like construction workers. I used to think it was snow that they had that just they hit really hard, but no, I think it's like pieces of concrete that they have. So yeah, there's that variant. There's the one with the axes, which only appear in the first Canada level, and then there's the ones with the pickaxes and like trash shields that only appear in the second one, Menace of the North. So, and I mean they're fine. They do look a bit too civilian though. Because I think I prefer my guards to look distinctly like guards rather than just, a civilian. Especially if they were to eventually make a Sly 5 and they start having more civilian types of NPCs alongside guard looking ones. If they want to go for an Assassin's Creed route, I would definitely want to make sure that, they make them distinct. That said, though, they're fine looking. Very interesting take for a guard. These goats though, I mean, they have the same exact. They're just like the ibexes. They're just kind of whatever, or not. They're cool. They have the same exact move sets, except they don't have the laser. So, and they kind of look like cool looking, I guess, mountain hikers or maybe miner looking guys. So, I like that look. And then the moose guard. So normally you probably notice that like my favorite guards tend to be the ones that look less like more modern era types of guards. Because again, I'm much more into the. I mean, with a few exceptions, obviously, but like I'm definitely more into guards that look a bit more cultural to like their region. These guys are probably the exception to that because I just love their design so much. Um, they just have a really cool, just beefy presence, and I see them as like kind of an upgrade to the warthogs in a weird way. Like they have the same sound effects, and I'm pretty sure they even share some animations, which is interesting. So I just think they look cool. And are probably they're like my second favorite flashlight guard from Sly 2. So that said though, these moles, why they only appear in He Who Tames the Iron Horse. Like I don't know why they aren't in Menace of the North. Because I can think of a few areas where they could have been in there. I don't know, maybe they just didn't have the time or they just forgot. They probably just forgot. Same thing with this truck, but we'll talk about that later. So yeah, they just kind of pop up and like spin around and then just kind of pop back down. I don't know. They're snakes. They are not. They're not as cool as the snakes. So, and they look dumb. I guess these guys actually look more like proper miners, though. To be fair, or like a demolition team, even though they don't use the dynamite in their hand. But whatever. They're a weird bunch. Um, yeah. Then you got like the grizzly bears. I mean, the wolf is just essentially a reskin of the bears from this section, so I mean, they're just kind of the same thing. I'm just kind of. I do like how there is like wildlife that does exist, kind of in the outskirts areas. I think that's pretty cool. I even like a little old grizzle face. which is his actual name. So, but yeah, no, they're cool. Just guard wise, though I mean they're not really guards, but whatever. Then we got these trucks, which are kind of like the Canada version of these elephants, though I don't think they're as cool because you either get spotted from the side, which spawn in the geese with axes, or if you stand in front of them, they have this turret. And I don't know, I just don't like their pattern. They just have like too small of like an area pattern in which they go around. And again, they're only in the first Canada section. They're not in the second one, even though there's plenty of areas where they could have been in. It's weird. So, and then these eagles. These are unfortunately the worst aspects of both of the Canada levels because they pretty much punish you for being in too high of an area, and I don't like that. You know, when you're on top of them. I mean, to be fair, if you're on top of the mountain with the satellite dish, that's fine. But like, they also attack you right outside the safe house in the second area, and I don't know about you, but I think that's kind of bullshit. So yeah, no, that should have been toned down at the very least. So, and then yeah, I guess you guys may have forgot about these drones from both of the levels. So these are the ones that were in, you know, on top, like above the trains, so that like whenever you're playing with the RC copper or chopper. Yeah, I managed to get all three variants in there. Again, they're just kind of whatever. Same thing with the one that you fight in the lumber mill. So, except this one's a bit more annoying to fight. I'm not gonna lie, but I digress. So, um, yeah, that then leads us to the arpeggio guards from Anatomy for Disaster, and I will admit, yeah, there's not really like a parallel for Sly or Bentley here because there's only three guards, and well, one of them is literally like a tiny drone thing. So unless if you count this as Bentley, well, yeah. All right. Anyways, these smaller toucans, I'll put them in A tier. The bigger ones, I'm gonna put in B tier, and then these little drone things, I'll put them in B tier. I put them in C tier in our original cut, but I'll put them in B tier here. I mean, I like the sort of tactical aviation look that these guards have, especially these guys, because these guys, they have a they have like a jetpack that they use as a flamethrower, which is pretty cool. And also they throw in the lasers that the ibexes have. I don't know, I very much like that sort of design. I guess for me though, the reason why I like, even though like they use the exact same model, like it's the same exact model, it's just one has a turret backpack on it and the other one has a jetpack. The reason why I prefer, I don't know, it's just the stilts. The stilts is what gets me for this guy. So it's still, he still looks cool. It's just the stilts. I don't know. It's looks off. If it was like a different like bird that was bigger, I think that would have been fine for me. But I don't know. It's just a bit bizarre. Both of them are still cool looking though. And originally I did have this drone lower, but it's a cute little design that I can't really get myself to hate, so I like it. All right, that then leads us into Sly 3, which there is a decent amount of reused assets that are in the Sly 3 guards, so I will try to point out as much of those as I can. But either way, I did figure out the foils between the different members of the gang. Maybe not necessarily like in a height white sense, but again, I like to see it as the guards that look less uniform compared to the other ones. Those are Sly's foils, and then the ones that are uniform is Bentley and Murray. So that's kind of how I like to do it, anyways. So, but anyways, so we've got ourselves these three, actually unironically like really cool looking guards. So we've got ourselves, yeah, these pigeons, which I'm putting in A tier, and then the cats and the cane corsos. I'm putting both of these in S tier. I fucking love these guys. So the pigeon, he's like the one that stands out because he doesn't have the same purple uniform look. I like to see him as like basically just a part of a different like he was like a hired from like a different gang or was like assimilated or something like that. I mean, these guys also have some pretty cool attacks. He has a like flamethrower hand. He spins around. Like he has some pretty cool like things going on. He also has the same sounds as the Canadian geese, just sped up, which is interesting. So, and also, I just like whenever you're walking around in the disguise, and they're the ones who end up like talking to you. I don't know. I just find it fun, especially when you have to talk to them during the disguise mission, where they just kind of do the. I don't know. It's just funny. But yeah, no, they're cool. But no, dude, these cats and these they're called cane corsos, like they're dogs if you can't tell. I think these guys look absolutely fantastic. They've like as far as like design, they have aged like wine. They're so good. So and they fit their area perfectly. These cats with like this already cool badass look. They throw those little like flares at you and also bombs. Like they're so good looking. Oh my god. I like yeah, no, they're pretty prominent in their area. I mean, they serve as the secondary force in Octavio's house as well as being the blue vipers that you fight in the canals. So, yeah, they're pretty cool. And then these cane corsos. Obviously, we can obviously talk about Tony the Killer Bee all we want. And I could do a mic drop. All I'm going to also add to that is, they have a really cool uniform design. I mean, they have a cool looking sort of, I guess it's like a flare gun. Because, I mean, those are fireworks that are shooting out. So, yeah, I think it's like some sort of flare gun. And they look so damn cool, especially with that mask. Holy shit, man. I'm sorry, I love these guys so much. So again, they're part of the reason why an Opera of Fear is like an A tier for me here. It's because the guards really carry that area. Oh my god. You might even convince me to put this in S tier. Alongside Black Chateau. It's so good. So I guess it's just some of the missions are kind of iffy from that, but whatever. We're done talking about missions. We're talking about guards. So yeah, no. Absolute chads, the guards from Opera Fear are. What else? Okay, that then leads us into Australia. So Sly foil, Bentley foil, Murray foil. Kangaroos B tier, but the dingoes, I'm putting them in S tier. The gyrocopter, I'll put you in like, I think, where did I originally put you? It was like C tier or D? Okay, yeah, C tier. And then the scorpions, C tier. Again, I think they're like the main reason why I haven't put Rumble down. Like, I feel bad for putting Rumble down under that low, but it's like there's just some levels I just don't really care for. That said, though, guard designs, at least for the dingoes, look cool. But as far as the kangaroo, it's fine. It's weird that one of its attacks is a smoke bomb. Kind of like how Sly has a smoke bomb. I don't get it, because their other attack, they do just jump up and like arm wrestle you, or like they just do that. But I don't really get their like main attack. And also, it's like, dude, why are you bringing your child with you? Yeah, they brought their child. Keep in mind, they're not a female guard; they're a male guard. So they purposely brought this kid with them. I don't get it. I mean, they look cool though. So as a matter of fact, I think they're low key, like low B. They're like high B tier. So I think they look cool, and they got a little hat on them as well. So that said, though, these dingoes I think look absolutely fantastic. They easily fit their area as well, and the kangaroo already does, but these guys do as well. Fun fact about the gray. Okay, actually, we'll talk about the gray one in a second. But yeah, these blue guys, their whip attacks look cool. And yeah, they just look badass. But yeah, no, these gray ones. Here's a bit of a fun fact. So normally the flashlight guards, okay, so for the rooftop guards, typically after you like defeat them or kill them or whatever you want to call them, they spawn in like an onomatopoeia as well as like a sound effect to showcase that like they've been defeated. That never really was a thing for the flashlight guards. They just kind of like poofed. They didn't really have that same sort of like onomatopoeia effect. This is the only flashlight guard that has that. Although I think that's because they have the shared animations and sound effects as these blue dingoes, which of course gets into the whole thing that originally an alligator, crocodile, whatever was supposed to be the flashlight guard, but then they changed it, which again gets in the whole thing that should have been the boss, but we're not going back that. We're done with that conversation. But again, no, these guys still look absolutely like badass. Like I really like their designs. Again, they just look like they've been through a lot of shit, and well, they're ready to kill on the spot. So yeah, I think they look really cool. As far as like the other stuff from the area, I mean the gyrocopter, it plays the same role as like the plane from you know, from Tangled Web, where it just kind of drops bombs indiscriminately. So I don't know, it's just not as, I mean, it's just whatever. And then these scorpions, design wise, the scorpions look cool. It's just the section, like the job that they're in, kind of fucking blows. I think that's the reason why I just don't really care for them as much. But their design is cool. So and they're huge. Like yeah, those things are absolutely huge. But yeah, that's all I gotta say about the Australia guards. Let's move on to Holland, which this might be a weird thing to say that the foils would be Sly, Bentley, Murray, even though it would make sense for this. I don't know. Again, it's just, I mean, this one's kind of weird because I already mentioned that the guards are kind of off in Flight of Fancy because they don't really represent their area that well. I know what they were trying to go for is to represent just people who are working in the vicinity that the hub is. So these guys are working at like the airfield, these guys are working at the farm, and then these guys are working at the hotel. But like I would have preferred if they had a bit more of like a pilot or like a World War I look. I don't know if that would have helped things or they would even like take it far enough because I mean they've already got some World War I looking stuff here. Anyways, I don't know. But as far as how I feel about these guards, the pigs C tier, the hares. I think I put them. Yeah, I put them in like. Oh, sorry. D tier. Sorry. I don't know. I don't really care for pigs all that much. Yeah, the hares B tier, and then these rams B tier as well. Yeah. These blimps though, fucking F tier. These tanks, D tier, and then, but these planes, because of the fact that like they're in like one of the best missions in the game, A tier. So, but yeah, no, like I don't really care for these pig mechanic looking guys. Again, they just look a bit too I mean, all these guards look too civilian, to be fair. Um, and I guess it doesn't really help in these guys' case. So I don't know, and they just look a bit too goofy. I mean, they throw wrenches, they light the floor with gasoline and put it on fire. I don't know. It's just not really translated well as far as being a guard for the Black Baron. And also, technically, mugshot. Where's my son?
What?
Yeah. Let's not forget about the fact that like these guards work for both the Black Baron and Mugshot, which that's already a whole fucking weird thing. So yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't really translate well. That said though, I do like these rabbits and these rams at least a little bit, which fun fact reuses the same sounds and animations as the rats from France, and then reuses the moose animations from Canada. Like they look cool, but like they have the same problem as like the geese from Canada. They just looked a bit too civilian, at least for my taste. So they're still cool looking, but again, if they had that World War One look, I think it would have translated a lot better. So that's just me though. That said though, yeah, no, fuck these blimps. Probably the only thing, like again, it's the one reason why Fly of Fancy is not an S tier. It's because these punish you for just like roaming around. It's the same problem as the Eagles, because if you get in the spotlight of these things, they will shoot a storm. And well, even if you do the whole tracker thing on them in the operation and you go back and play around the hub, they will still shoot you. And it's made even worse during the daytime because it can be a bit harder to tell if there like is a spotlight there or not. So yeah, unfortunately, these blimps, they're so annoying to deal with. I'm gonna be honest. I just wish they wouldn't have been a thing. So, and then yes, I bet you guys forgot that there were tanks in this area as well. They only appear whenever you're in the RC copter or chopper, whatever copter. Yeah, they only appear in that. And I mean, it's not as cool as like the tanks from the Contessa areas. And it just looks a bit too goofy for what's trying to be. That said, though, I mean, I love the planes. I mean, there's 4 different variants. You've got the ones from Iceland, these ones from Belgium, the Mugshot ones, and the Black Baron ones. I think all of them look pretty cool. And again, they're the things that make the dogfight sections work. And it's just fun being able to play around with them. So, yeah. I think that's all of those, right? Yes. All right, that gets us into Cold Alliance, which this might surprise you. Even though I think the area is an S tier area, I'm not as high with the guards or like the enemies there. So, like, I just think they're only okay, except for one. But yeah, no, like, yeah, we got this Chinese pig who's C tier, this monkey who's C tier, and then the dragons and the vampires. But the tiger is S tier. Oh, Sly, Bentley, Murray, by the way. So, I mean, this is a much better pig design, I feel like, than the ones from Holland, which is, that's interesting that they had back-to-back pig guards. Huh. And this one's also kind of funny because these guys actually reuse all the assets from the guards from India. So yeah, even the smaller guards from Sly 2, this guy just is another one of those, just a bit updated, which is interesting. And then these guys are like the India baboons. And then this guy reuses the sound effects from the rhinos, but he doesn't reuse animations for obvious reasons. Completely different model. But yeah, no, these pigs, I do think that they are better. I just have a personal grudge against them, specifically because I mean their whole thing is that they cast black magic, but their range attack, they summon one of these like dragons, which we'll talk about these dragons in a second. They spawn in like a purple version, where if it touches you, like you like take electric damage and it shocks the screen with like orange shit all over the screen. It's actually kind of annoying. So I will admit I hate that about them. If they didn't have, if those dragons didn't fucking do that shit, they'd be higher. But like, because they do that, no, thank you. Design wise, they're actually like, I think they're fine. It's just, God, I have a grudge against them because of that. As for like these monkeys, I mean they look cool. They're uniform with the tigers, which I think is pretty cool. It's just, you know, they have some weird attacks. I mean, the throwing stars, I think those are fine. It's just the range attack, technically, it's not those. It's them like doing, you know, kick attacks. I don't know. It's really weird. So, and I don't know. They're just not the coolest looking guard to me. So that's, and I guess I'm going to talk about these other guards while we're here. So there's actually three versions of these dragons. There's the purple ones that are summoned by these, which I mentioned before, but it's more of a just a regular attack. They're not like the spiders from Contessa, where they like start attacking you. There's the ones that are like a lighter purple with blue, which are spawned by General Sao during his boss fight, and then there's these red ones, which act more like traditional like enemies. These appear in this RC section as well as in the temple where Murray has to fight a couple of them. And I mean it's a little goofy looking. It's just a dragon head that's floating around. I don't know. It's just weird. These guys breathe fire, by the way. That's their thing. And then we've got ourselves the vampires, the praying mantises, which they do fit the level that they're in, but they're not like an enemy that I would say is one of my favorites per se, at least look wise. It's interesting that they chose a praying mantis. I don't know, maybe that has something to do with some sort of like Chinese lore that I'm not as familiar with. I'd have to like look that up myself. I'm actually just gonna look that up right now. So, oh, okay. It is a kung fu style, and they do symbolize some stuff in Chinese folklore. Okay, I'll give you that one. Fair enough. I guess, yeah. It's just, if they're supposed to bring good luck, then why are they zombies or vampires? Whatever. I mean, they serve their role, and like I said, they are in my opinion the best job in Cold Alliance, so I'll give it that. That said, though, these tigers are so fucking cool. Again, they throw their spears just like the rhinos and the gorillas. So that's kind of their range attack. But even then, I think that they just straight up look like absolute chads. They're so cool looking, man. And they fit, the whole rigidness that General Sao has. Like, they feel like that, like they're comfortable working with their boss, which makes sense because just I was a fucking psycho, and these guys are probably psychos as well. Why not just hire a bunch of fucking militant psychos? So yeah, absolutely fantastic design. I wish that someone actually did a proper cropping of them, but I digress. All right, that then leads us into the pirates, the pirate guards from Bloodbath Bay, but Demantel and the Tail. So I'm just going to be straight up. Chihuahuas A tier, the Golden Retrievers S tier, these basset hounds, C tier. Okay, these lizards are hilarious, B tier. The pirate ships are A tier, and then I mean the wildlife from like underneath they're just D tier. So actually, before I discuss, I do need to go to the restroom again, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So yeah, we were talking about pirates, right? Yes. Okay. So these Chihuahua guards, I think they look absolutely badass. Which, by the way, they reuse the same sounds as the cats from Venice, which made me confused because I remember as a kid, like, is that cat too? No, it's a Chihuahua because all the guards of Bloodbath Bay, except for the lizards, which we'll talk about in a second, they're dogs. So makes sense that Chihuahua, and they just look cool, especially with like that rapier, I think is what they're called, rapier. They look so cool. So yeah, really cool. Now these golden retrievers, though, I think these are honestly some of the coolest guards ever. They reuse the same sounds and maybe even animations as the dingoes, and these guys are also really cool in like the fact that they're one of the few enemies that can actually block attacks. Yes, they can block Sly's attacks, which is wild. And they actually have a gun. So as their range thing, they actually use a gun, which is sort of the introduction of rooftop guards having like actual range attacks again, like proper. I guess to be fair though, that these monkeys have the throwing stars, but they're used as a close range attack for some stupid reason. Although the pigs have the dragons, but whatever. These guys, they look cool. I mean, Twitchy Ned and Second Mate Jones for Jones, that whole dynamic with all those like versions of this guard, I think they're pretty cool. And again, they have two swords, which already looks pretty cool to begin with. So yeah, no, these guys I think are pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of like the Basset Hound guys though. I don't know. It's just it's a bit too goofy to me because, and again, it's just not my thing. It doesn't help that he carries a fucking cannon. Like, yeah, that's a whole cannon. He doesn't carry like a musket or a revolt, or one of those like flintlock pistols. No, he carries a goddamn cannon with him as his like range attack. Which I don't even want to think about the logistics of that. It's like, what the fuck? But I mean, he fits the area, to be fair. It's just a design that like I personally wouldn't have chose. So he was originally going to carry a flintlock, but they changed it. So yeah. And then we've got ourselves all the secondary stuff. So yeah, these lizards. These lizards are hilarious. So reskin of the so yeah, they're a reskin of the crocodile that's in Rumble Down Under. But here's the thing. This is something that like I want you guys to do for yourselves. So there's a bit of a like a, I don't know if it's a glitch, but basically if you get close to them while you're in the pirate outfit, you can actually trick them and talk with them. and they'll be just perfectly fine with it. It's absolutely amazing. They won't talk. They won't like they won't use like one of the sound effects that is used for like any of the guards. They'll just kind of stare at you and you do like the little puzzle thing. But like it's so hilarious. It is so hilarious that like I have to put them at like at least a B tier. I mean, they look cool anyways, so and yet again, they're only on Dagger Island, but like come on, man. They're amazing because of that. So I love them. And then we got the pirate ships. So there's four different versions of them. Of these, you have the ones with the red sails, which are in one of the jobs. You have the ones with the purple sails. You have the ones with the white sails with the black skull and bones. Those are the ones that specifically are for Liqui. And then the ones with the black sails with the skull and bones on it. And these, just like these, the fighter planes here, they really make the ship combat work. And it helps that, well, if they have a different flag, they will attack each other as well. You're not just getting ganged up on, all the ships that are attacking you. They are separate factions that will attack each other. And I find that to be so good. And it makes it feel like you're in this sort of some part of the Caribbean, fighting against different fleets of pirates, and yeah, no, I think that is it's such a cool aspect of just the open waters of that. So yeah, unfortunately though, I don't really care for like the wildlife that's in Dimitri's area. I mean, the jellyfish, they're just stationary, just damage areas. And then I mean, there's the different sharks. Again, they're just whatever. I'm not even going to really comment on them. So because they're just sharks, you see it. It is what it is. And well, that then gets us into Dr. M's enemies, which I'm not even really waste my time talking about these guys either, because well, I mean, if there's any indication on how I feel about the mutants, it's the same thing with the guards because they're mutants themselves. I don't know, man. It's one of the things that I don't like about the title area Honor Among Thieves. It's just because it brings up like not only do they look goofy to me, but it also just brings up some fucked up moral questions of the Sly Cooper universe that I really don't want to think about, because like these things are breathing living beings but are obviously Frankenstein of like creatures. I don't know, even as a kid I didn't even like this sort of concept. So that said though, I mean, Sly, Bentley, Murray. So but yeah, I'm just gonna put all of them in D tier. I mean, yeah, even the ones that are flying. So I mean, this crocodile, crab, kangaroo thing, it reuses the assets from like the wolves from Sly 2. But like, I don't know, man. And also, it's like, similar to like like the guys who throw their heads. These guys take a part of like their claw out and throw it, and then it grows back. It's like, what? I don't know. These are just some weird fucking cards. And then the snakes, the snake, tiger, frogs, they do the Octavia thing where they like, scream out like a, like noise waves at you. I don't know. These are just so bizarre guards. So, and yeah, I don't even like the elephant, gorilla, bat, horse things here. I guess that's what these things are. I don't know. They're too. They're just too. And by the way, flashlight guard without flashlight. What? So I don't know. They just look goofy, and again, it's like, I don't know, man. Also, yeah, we've got these like donkey bat things that are flying around. They're supposed to be like the Cane Island version of these planes, but they are not. That they are not. That's all I'll say about that. So, yeah. All right, then that leads us into the Sly 4 guards. So, which not a lot of people really talk about the guards from Sly 4, which I think is a bit of a shame because I think that a lot of the designs here are actually really good. They hold up amongst, some of the best from the older games. So, the fact that they're not as talked about is a bit of a shame. That said, though, you can probably tell I had to take a lot of screenshots because, this was the one game where they didn't have good enough crops for any of the guards. Like on the wikis, they just use concept art, which was annoying. But either way, I think that like a lot of these guards do look cool. That said, though, we are starting off with some like okay designs. So these are the Paradox's crew. So we've got these like rats, which are like pest control. Haha, funny, funny. And then the helicopters. I'm just gonna put them in like C tier. They're fine. They're fine for what they are, but again, just not really like an aesthetic that's for me. I it is a clever thing where they did the haha funny rat is the exterminator thing, but I don't know. And then the helicopters, they're just kind of more of a spotting thing where you don't want to get caught by one of those. But I digress. All right, the turning Japanese guards. I actually really like a lot of these guards. So I'm trying. Yeah, like I like these guards. Sorry. So, and by the way, I think it's supposed to be the Sly Bentley Murray. I think that's the foil, right? So, but yeah, these cranes, I think they're an A tier. And then these, I think they look cool. Sorry. These monkeys, I think. I'll put them in B tier for now, and then these boars, I think I'll leave them in B tier for now as well. So I actually really like these cranes. So they have a bow and arrow, which I think is pretty unique, especially for like a flashlight or for a rooftop guard. They throw shurikens. They do like a little cool karate thing. And like I said, this is the first time since Sly 1 where if these guys hit you, they do taunt you. So, which I find to be pretty interesting. And I don't know, I just like it fits with the Japanese motif that they got here, and I think they look cool, especially since in a meta standpoint where I already mentioned earlier before, like in the stream where you know obviously I played a lot of Wizard 101 and Power 101, and I think they definitely honestly they could if Power 101 would have continued on, like they would have fit that setting so well because there's already like crane monks that are in that game, and it would have been so cool if like these guys were in it. But I digress. I guess I'm just okay. I like the monkeys and the boars because these guys were heavily in the promotional material as well, alongside El Jefe. Like they were the most prominent guards that were in the promotionals for Sly 4. Um, I guess I'm just not entirely in love with their designs, if that makes sense. They look cool, but there's definitely better designs from this very game that I think look way cooler, at least in my opinion. So, this guy's a bazooka, and he even throws I think bananas at you, which is interesting. So, all right. And then we got all the guards from Go West, Young Raccoon, the Wild West area. So I think Sly, Bentley, Murray. So now these coyotes, I'm gonna put these guys in S tier. So I really like their design. The jackalopes, yes, those are jackalopes. I guess C tier. These bulls, I'll put them in B tier. These scorpions, though. Funny enough, I'm gonna put them in D tier. And then these spiders, I'm actually gonna put them in C tier. So yeah, I absolutely love these coyote guys. Because they're just so perfect for their area. I mean, coyotes make sense. It's the Wild West, Southwest area of the U.S. There's a lot of coyotes there, so fitting. And their little twin stick revolvers that they have. I don't know, it's just really cool. Granted, their taunts can be a bit goofy, as well as their falling death animation. They literally pull out a old coyote Looney Tunes sign when they fall, which is admittedly a little bit goofy. But again, it's the rule of cool. I think they look cool, even just kind of despite that. And again, just their somewhat goofy taunts, but I digress. The jackalopes. I mean, we've had more mythical based enemies before, obviously, but they just seem so contemporary that it almost just doesn't fit, which is, I don't know, just a bit weird, at least for them. That said, though, they're fine. So I think that they're definitely competent amongst some of these other guards. As a matter of fact, I actually do think I prefer them more than a lot of other guards. So yeah. And then these bulls. Again, I think they look cool. They fit the setting. It is a bit weird that they have a minigun with them though. But I mean, they look cool. I will admit, this is something that I've kind of had to discover on my own. I remember whenever I was playing around with Goldie, and I was just kind of fucking around in the map, and I was playing as Tennessee Kid, and I came up to one of them, and they just the thing where there's a bit of it, sometimes enemies can, or sometimes NPCs can T-pose. He didn't T-pose, but so let me just show you just exactly what this guy did after I shot him once. So pretend that this is a flashlight. So I swear, this is literally what he did. So yeah, they're admittedly just kind of more of a meme for me, but they're great. I love those guys for that. So that said, though, yeah, no, I'm not as in love with the scorpions from the giant scorpions here compared to the Sly 3 ones. I mean, I wasn't really in love with these guys. I don't know. It's just because they're trying to look realistic in the fact that they're huge, I just don't think it works. So that's just me, though. That said, though, I think that these spiders are probably the best spiders in the Sly Cooper series, which is weird to say. I know that's a weird thing to say, but again, I think these spiders are just a bit too big and they're just kind of really nothing. But then these are just a bit too small, and then these are just comically way too fucking big, and they're a bomb. So yeah, these spiders, I mean, there's larger ones in this level. Don't get it twisted. There's the smaller ones here, and then there's the larger ones. But either way, I think as far as being a tarantula-like, I think they're actually the best ones. So yeah. Who else? I don't think there was another guard. Sorry, I lost track. Oh, okay, yeah, we're good. All right, let's move on to the caves, Clan of the Cave. And well, this is where things get interesting. So I will admit, even though I did put Clan of the Cave lower in comparison, the guards I think really do hold this up because I think they all look pretty cool, or at least the main ones. And this might sound weird, but I did check heights, and well, it's actually, I feel like Sly, Bentley, and Murray, I think that's the foil, because these guys are actually not that big. But anyways, I'm not gonna lie, The dodos, I'm putting them in S tier. And the saber-tooth tigers, I'm also putting in S tier. And the woolly mammoths, I'll just put them in B tier. Okay, these pterodactyls though are kind of annoying. And then, but the ice beetles, I'm actually gonna put them in B tier. So, okay, so I actually really do like the rooftop guards of this area, especially the saber tooths. Like again, I think you're starting to see a pattern that I think um the more mammalian looking guards I think are easily like the for the most part like the coolest ones. I mean, look, I've got the Venetian cat, I've got the werewolves, I've got the moose, I've got the dingoes, I've got the golden retriever, I got the coyote. I think though, hell, even in A tier, I've even got like the baboon, I've got the pincher, Dalmatian. Like, I think the more like I don't want to say I don't want to say furry because like that's not really my thing, but I guess just kind of the more mammalian a guard looks, I think that's where like the guards are at their best, or at least the ones that look a bit more proportional. I think are like the coolest. So, with a few exceptions, but obviously we'll talk about those in a second. But yeah, no, these guys I think just look absolutely badass. So, and they fit their setting very well. Oh, even the woolly mammoths, I think, even though I put them in like B tier, I think they're fine enough for their area. I mean, they're woolly mammoths, so obviously they're gonna fit the setting. And I mean, I like how they have a little slingshot that they've got on their that they use their tusks with. I think that's actually kind of a cool touch. That said, though, these pterodactyls, they're technically not guards in like the main area. They don't act like the eagles from Sly 2. Thank God they don't. They more so attack in one specific area, which can be kind of annoying. But I mean, thankfully they're not the worst thing in the world, so they're fine. They're not fine. They're in D tier, but I can tolerate them because they're only in one area. So. And then, but the ice beetles, yeah, I know these things are tiny as fuck. Um, which I guess actually, you know what? I'm gonna raise this Contessa spiders, the normal ones in C tier. The ones with bombs are stupid. Um, because I guess I'm about to break my point on these guys. Like I know these things are small, but I think they are a unique take on like a smaller enemy that I think it actually works because yeah, no, they could have just used like they could have just I don't know reused one of the assets from somewhere else and used that as an enemy, like I don't know, like have like a little like tiny dinosaur thing. But they didn't do that. They went with these little beetle things for the caves, and I think that was a cool idea. So yeah. So I think they look cool. And then and then I know I'm building up the dodo because well, I've got a bit of a story for these little girls because yes, these are girls. They're not guys. I remember I think it was either earlier this year or some point last year. I was just kind of gathering the opinions on how a bunch of people thought of like different guards. Like I've seen top 10 best and worst guard videos on YouTube. I remember I came across one and I was kind of heartbroken because they in their top like 10 worst guards video, they had these as the number one worst. And it's like what? I mean, I get it. I mean, they're really easy to dodge and they don't like they're the only rooftop guard in Sly 4 that doesn't have a range attack or like a proper one. But like here's my thing is again I already mentioned with like the pitbull guard that sometimes you definitely want to have something that is a little bit more goofy, just to kind of, counterbalance the seriousness. Because admittedly, I'm kind of getting sick and tired of, like, I don't want all my media to be like super super serious all the time. So I've been leaning more towards like more, I don't know, like lighthearted stuff. And like, I don't know, I kind of find the dodos to be kind of, they're kind of cute in that regard. So, and well, also as a little bit of a hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, let's just say that like there's some parts of them that I find a bit interesting. But I'm not gonna specify on that. You're gonna have to figure that one out on your own. So, Goldie and Saimori already know. So, it's out of the bag for them, but I'm not talking about it on here. So, that's all I'm gonna say about them. Oh my god, we're almost done. All right, we've got all the medieval enemies. So I guess, I mean, okay, I'm gonna put the porcupines. I'm gonna put them in B tier. I actually originally had the owls in B tier. Oh, by the way, Sly, Bentley, Murray. I originally had these guys in B tier, but I'm actually gonna put them in A tier. And then the wolves, the wolf robots, not related. I'm actually gonna put them in S tier as well. And then these little like robo dragons, I'll put them in B tier as well. Okay, so these porcupines, they're fine. They've got a little morning star. I think it looks kind of cool. I don't know. They're like the one enemy that I think is just fine in this area. These owls, I think I've convinced myself that they look cool. I mean, it's interesting that they're clockwork species, and I guess there's a different like subspecies of owl, but whatever. I like their little like medieval look, and it's funny because interestingly enough, it's the rooftop guards that aren't the foil. It's the flashlight guard, but we'll talk about that in a second. And just the fact that like these are a bit more uniform is interesting. But as far as these guys, I mean, they're crossbow owls. That's actually, I mean, we've already seen like birds with bows and crossbows before, and I think this might actually be one of the coolest looking guards that fit the medieval setting. So I don't know, I just think they look cool. And yeah, interestingly enough, it's the flashlight guard that's actually kind of the foil of this area, because well, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, this isn't the first like unorganic enemy that we've seen. Obviously, we've had the Robo Falcons before, but as far as like the guard archetypes that are between rooftop and flashlight, this is like the only one that it's not like that. And I mean, admittedly, the fucking picture is a bit blurry, so I'll see if I can find a better picture of them. But these guys are honestly some of the coolest looking guards ever. Like, oh my god. These guys are easily, I think these guys have become the most iconic enemies from Sly 4. Like, for sure. Yeah, like here's a better picture. More of a concept art, but still. Like, look at this thing. And again, keep in mind, like, this doesn't have the problem with like these other guards where they're flashlight guards but they throw their swords. No, they keep their swords, so instead they have this giant cannon on their thing which shoots out rockets, which do home on you like Sly 1 style, so be careful. But yeah, no, they look really really cool, and I think them becoming iconic is a good thing because oh my god, they look awesome. So, yeah. As for like these little like robot Drake things, they're cool. They're like a little like tease for the actual moat monster. So, I think they're fine for what they've got. All right. Final group of enemies. And there's a lot of them. So, which thankfully, God damn it. Oh my god, this is fictional crush tier list 2.0. I swear to God. Whatever. Let's just get it out of the way. All right, these cats S tier, but these lizards also S tier. These mandrills, I think they're A tier. The snakes are B tier. These crabs, C tier, they're whatever. And yeah, same thing with these Venus flytraps and these scorpions. I'm actually going to reverse talk about these guards, and I'm just going to go from bottom up. Oh, and by the way, Sly, Bentley, Murray, if it wasn't obvious. Um, Again, the scorpion design of Sly 4, I think it's just a bit too realistic, and because of that, it just doesn't really have the same impact. Like, it just doesn't, it's not as interesting to me. So, that's why they're down here. And yes, there are some Venus flytrap enemies that do exist in the caves in 40 Thieves. They're just kind of whatever. I mean, you could have just had the scorpions or even the crabs there instead, or even like the snakes. It would have been fine because they're literally just a reskin of these snakes, which we'll talk about in a second. Which, yeah, speaking of the crabs, yes, there's little like crab dudes that are along like the beach parts of 40 Thieves, and they will attack you. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. And then yeah, they have snakes from like in this area. They're not like the ones from India where if you hit them in like in the India levels, they like actually die. No, you just knock it out and then eventually it will come back, which is a bit annoying. Um and that's I don't know, I don't think I prefer that personally, but it's fine for what it is. And then we got the actual guards. And the actual guards I think look pretty damn cool. So we got ourselves the Mandrill flashlight guard, who literally just throws like little pineapple grenades at you. It's just insane. But these guys look, uh, again, I don't know, like they don't really like fit the setting that they're in. Although to be fair, the Mandrill from the China level doesn't really do that either. So I don't know. They just look cool. As especially as like a pretty intimidating security force. I just think they fit the area so well. So, and it also helps, which I forgot to mention this about the flashlight guards of Sly 4, is that when you're in the regular areas, like whenever you're just in the hubs and you're like even whenever like you're being chased or attacking one of the flashlight guards, they will actually just straight up like, mouth you out and just like they will actually like not talk but like, you know, call you out and stuff. Normally that would have been reserved for like cutscenes, but the fact that they do that is I actually kind of like that. It adds to the fact that like yeah, no, you're not just kind of I don't know. I don't know. It's immersive for me. I don't know how to describe it. So and like I said, I think these guys look cool. Which speaking of looking cool, these lizards are so ah, I love them. So voiced by C. Blum, our beloved. So that helps as well. But these guys are so cool looking with like their giant like Giselle, I think is what that is kind of what it's supposed to be. It shoots out like little poison gas grenades and or just shoots out just straight up poison gas. And I don't know, they just look so cool. Absolutely like absolute like legends as far as like their look. Honestly, I'd argue they're probably some of the best guards. Well, I mean they're in S tier, so of course they're going to be in the top tier as far as guard designs for me. They just look that damn good. So yeah, and I don't know. Part of me wishes that like the thief outfit did work on the guards, because it would just be so cool to just be able to walk around them normally, but I digress. And then we get into the last guard, which, god damn it. There's something wrong with me, man. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. Fine, I admit it. Okay, I'm not gonna repeat the mistake that I did in the original cut because fine. Okay, you know what? Fine, I admit it. I think these Siamese cat guards, fine, I admit it. They make me weak, and yes, I do think that they're kind of. I do think that they're kind of hot. Shut up. I don't know. I again, you're talking to someone who, like, at this point is just gonna. You're talking to someone who's just willing to admit whenever they like think something's hot or not at this point. So, and yes, I admit it. I think that they're kind of hot. Even besides that, though, I do think that unironically they do look pretty cool. Again, similar to these dogs down here, they have they have twin swords, which do look pretty cool. And it's kind of interesting that like they're the standout guard. I don't know. Also, they're technically Siamese cats, which would have been interesting if they would have gone for a more Persian design, but whatever. God damn it, dude. I'm a fucking mess. Well, either way, holy shit, that was the Sly Cooper tier list of characters, episodes, and guards. Yeah, let's just give one final showing of the guards. So, and keep in mind, this isn't in any particular order. This is just kind of personal vibes of just general rankings of where I would put those. I might update these over time on my Discord. So if you want to check out where I would specifically place all the guards, feel free to check that out. But notice how most of the normal looking guards, like the guards that most people like know of, I actually put pretty high, which I think that's a pretty good testament to the art direction for the series. And then yeah, here's the final thing for all the episodes. Again, way more good than bad, thankfully. So again, and even then, keep in mind, everything that's on like a Sly Cooper tier list is on a curve for me. So normally like a tier list, you know, if something is like in the middle, it's like mid, and then like anything that's like F, it's like just straight up awful. With Sly Cooper, it's more on like a curve. So like everything that's like on a normal tier list, it's more like up here, like from like down here up, as opposed to like, you know, because I love the series. It's my favorite series of all time, and I absolutely love and adore, you know, many of these characters and just character designs and just the level design and just the level settings and aesthetics. It really was the thing that really began making, basically like making who I am today. And I forever love the series because of it. So even just as something as mundane as enemies and guards, I find to have a lot of stuff to talk about and analyze. So, and I will forever love the series for basically creating who I am. So, I will always cherish that in my heart. That said, though, we're done with the list. I do apologize again that I had to do this twice. It's just, again, there was just a lot of background bullshit that was going on in the first stream. So I'm much more happy with how this ended up. So I'm pretty happy about that. That said, though, unfortunately, this is one of the last lists that we're doing because on the 29th, we are unfortunately going to be ending the series, or at least putting it on the shelf. But it's going to be an exciting tier list. You know, Goldie and Saimori said that they're going to be on there, but, well, that then leads us into the unfortunate other problem is, well, we're all unfortunately going to be very busy men for the next few years at least. I mean, I'm going to be, you know, trying to complete my last few years of university. Goalie is going to be juggling between work and college, and Sai, he's going to be going through work stuff. And so because of that, it is going to be hard for me to be able to do like streaming stuff. So I hope you guys are at least accepting of the fact. That's not to say that I won't be trying to do some stuff on YouTube and Twitch. It's just it's not going to be as frequent anymore, and I do sincerely apologize for that. So, but either way, let's at least make sure that we end up on a bang on by the end of the month, and also, yeah, let's just have it as a celebration. So, but either way, that's going to be it for today. Again, I am really fucking hungry, so I'm immediately going to try to get some food after this because I've been doing this all day. So that's going to be it for tonight. Of course, if you guys watched the entirety of this, you guys are absolute legends. And if you guys haven't already, of course, make sure if you guys haven't already, make sure you guys do the Twitch and YouTube pleasantries. Hit the follow, hit the subscribe, do whatever. If you want to directly support the content, hit the subscribe over on Twitch. If you can't necessarily do that, that's completely fine. I'm just glad that you guys took time to watch this. But regardless of all that though, make sure to share the stream to other people as well, and continue to be awesome people in the process. But until then, I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a good rest of your day, and peace.